Hello, everybody. I hope you are doing well today. My name is Taff. If you're new here, I am a planner lover, sticker designer, and cat mama to my beautiful kitties, Coco and Opal. I'm also currently fostering two kittens, Ricky and Pete, who are going to be going back to the shelter soon. And yeah, thank you for being here. Yay! If you are here live, I do want to give you a huge thank you. Let me know if you're here live in the chat so I can give you a shout out. And if you are watching the replay, I also want to thank you a lot. Not a like, oh no, no one, you're watching the replay, none of that stuff around here. You may have heard me say it a million times before, but I'm going to say it again. I'm trying to get my overall watch time up here on YouTube so I can qualify for monetization, and for some weird reason, live viewers don't count towards that time. So people who are here live get to participate, and I appreciate you for being here live. But if you're watching the replay, you are also doing me a huge favor because you contribute to that stat because YouTube likes it. So thank you so much for being here. Very, very exciting. It looks like we have 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 and Sharon here live currently. Hello, I hope you are doing well. You probably can't see her, but currently Coco has decided that she wants, attention. So she's right here. Oh, I'm glad that you like my high energy, 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫. So, funny story. I'm guessing a few people at least noticed that I did not stream on Monday. I did post in the community tab that I wasn't going to be able to stream. Was a little bit of a last minute thing, but I also don't want to assume that everybody sees that. Yeah, on Monday, a couple of things happened. I will explain what happened in just a second. First off, hello, Patricia. Thank you for being here live. I love you. I love everybody here, but for some reason that specifically just popped into my head, so yay. So what happened Monday for Monday's stream? Because, I mean, it's not like it's a huge secret, and it's not like you need to know or anything, but I figured you might be curious. So, what happened Monday? First off, I was just not feeling well. Not in a sick way, just in my senses were just overwhelmed. Hadn't gotten a lot of sleep the previous night, was not feeling great. So that's initially why I canceled the stream. It's just I was not high energy, which is why I brought that up when you mentioned that you love my high energy, because on Monday I probably would have managed some energy, but it would have been real forced. And I was just gonna say I wouldn't have been a happy camper, but in all honesty, I probably would have gotten into it. But yeah, I just didn't feel it. And even though eventually I would like this whole streaming on YouTube to kind of be a little bit more of an incorporated part of my business, the reason why I'm here streaming on YouTube is primarily because I enjoy it, and that's why I am trying to entertain you guys and build it up so that, I can, incorporate it from a practical standpoint. But yeah, I just wasn't feeling it Monday. I was sleeping most of the afternoon, and it turned out on my end to actually be a good idea not to stream. Not for that reason, but because later that evening, I walked into my bathroom where my foster kittens were, and lo and behold, the bathroom was flooded. So, yeah, I was instantly freaking out, and of course, and did not know what to do, and it was just one of those whoa, I was already feeling kind of down today, and had I been streaming, I would have been an absolute nervous wreck trying to rescue these kittens from a flood. It wasn't that bad. It was a quarter inch of water or something like that. So it wasn't a big deal. They definitely the very front of their crate, not even into the crate, but there was a blanket in their crate that was kind of out onto the floor. That tip of the blanket was wet, but the rest of their crate was dry. Their litter boxes were fine. It wasn't the biggest deal in the world, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to have to play in water all the time if I had a choice. So while I figured out what was going on with them, Well, first off, I had to clean, I had to clean up the water in the bathroom in the flood so I could figure out what was going on. Ended up moving them over to my mom's house. And if you don't know, me and my mom live very, very close together, practically next door. So luckily she had a bathroom that she wasn't using. Not that it had to be a bathroom, but it just happened to be a bathroom, and having hard floors versus carpet is kind of nice. In case there are accidents, they're 2 months old. So yeah, anyway, they're actually over at my mom's, even though we ended up getting my bathroom flood sorted out. Luckily, it was nothing big, and the water itself was not dirty, so I didn't have to at least worry about that. But because they have more room at my mom's place, they are at my mom's. I go over like 2 or 3 times a day. As I said, we practically live next door, so it's not a big deal. And the kittens have gotten to meet my mom's dog, who, like, I mean, we're talking like 7 pounds, 8 pounds soaking wet little dog. Her name's Kiki. I've had her on some other streams. In fact, I almost brought her over. I almost brought her this stream, but I thought near the end of this stream, if you guys want, then maybe I could run over and grab the kittens. It would like, it would be like, 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more to grab them. Not a big deal. I almost brought them here for the stream because I'm not sure if they're still going to be here on Monday. They're going to be going back to the shelter very soon. But I wasn't sure if they could be without their litter box for 2 hours, and I didn't want to stress them out. So, because the litter boxes are, well, it's technically 1 litter box, but yeah, it's at my mom's. So that is the story of the kittens and what is going on with them. And that story of why I didn't stream on Monday. And I also find it really funny because I was specifically saying when I started streaming on Saturdays, like, oh, I'm going to stream most Saturdays. Like, don't be surprised if I cancel it now or then because I don't feel like it. And then the first stream I canceled was a Monday stream. Go figure. But yes, that is the story as to why there was no Monday stream. Oh, so I was gonna say, they got to meet Kiki, my mom's dog, and I mean, we're talking like 7 to 8 pound dog. Like she's she's never met a dog smaller than her. My cats are bigger than her. So like the fact that she met a kitten or 2 kittens that were smaller than her, like she was so excited. And so they ran around for a little while, and Kiki really wanted to play with the kittens, and they were not into it at all. And eventually the kittens started hissing at her, and then one time tried to swat her. They didn't actually get Kiki, which is kind of good because, they have razor blades on their feet. But I wasn't sure if I should be like sorry for Kiki because she just wanted to play. She was like so excited not to be the smallest one, and she just wanted to play. And then these kittens are like hissing at her and being like, get away from me. So I think it took a little while. But I took my laptop over to my mom's, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. And spent like 3 hours there just working while the kittens were running around like her house, like outside of the bathroom. So not only is her bathroom at least double the size of mine, but they were in the hallway running around, and Kiki was there. And Kiki got the idea pretty fast in the grand scheme of things. I think it was like maybe 4 hours total into her having access to the kittens that she figured out that they might be small, but they're dangerous. So, but she doesn't bark at them anymore, which is good. So yeah, as I said, I'm kind of proud of them to like stick up for themselves at only 2 months old. So yay, kitties. And I mean, Coco and Opal didn't come into a lot of direct contact with the kittens, but I think they're happy to not have the kittens here. Not that that's ever going to stop me from fostering again. In fact, my mom says she likes having fosters at her place. And it makes it a little bit more inconvenient for me to look after them. But because we are so close, it's not a big deal. So yeah, I might foster at her place in the future. We'll see. Yay. Patricia saying know where water shutoffs are located and test occasionally to make sure they work. Yes, luckily mine worked. But yeah, I actually didn't know where the water shutoffs were until this happened. But yeah, it all ended up being good. Let me actually get into the content of this video though, because I think I'm driving people away, because the title of the stream says, should you buy Erin Condren planners on their website or on Amazon? I know we've talked a little bit about this, and let's actually talk about that, especially for those replay people that aren't just going to come in the middle. You probably want to know what the stream is actually about, even though with streams I do of course tend to be a little bit looser with the content than I would if I was pre-recording a video. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the actual content, and then when we're done with that we can talk about kitties and I can grab them and we can hang out more. So yeah, I do my best to try to make these replay friendly for people that can't make it live, because I know sometimes it's not as much fun to watch rambling on a replay as it is live. So, Mandino's ordered Erin Condren on their website and on Amazon. I've actually never ordered Erin Condren on Amazon, so a lot of this is actually just me going to be looking at the Amazon website. I just realized I should probably make this smaller. Taking a look at what's here, because I know one thing that we were talking about previously is there were a couple of benefits to Amazon, but I don't think the same customization options are available on Amazon, and it seems like they might not get the new stuff quite as fast. So in the past couple of months, we've had a lot of new releases. We've had life planners, and in the life planners we have the 7x9s in all sorts of layouts, the A5 coiled, the A5 ring agenda, we've had the teacher planner, and then the academic planner and the monthly planner just came out, I believe, last week. So let's go ahead and take a look at what is on Amazon and what our options are. And then after we do that, we will go over to the Erin Condren website, and I do want to do a little bit of poking around there for a couple of reasons. First off, if anybody's here and isn't super familiar with the Erin Condren website because you're new to the brand or something, it will give you an idea to see what's there, but also because I haven't poked around it myself since they released the monthly planner and the academic planner. So I want to take a look at what all is there. So yeah, very, very excited to go ahead and take a look at it. To get to this page that you're seeing on my screen right now, I typed in Erin Condren in this top bar, and then when I searched it, the very top gave me like a picture of like an Erin Condren planner or something like that, and then there was a link that said go to Erin Condren store. This is the Erin Condren store that we're looking at. So right off the bat, graphics at the top, what we're seeing, nothing super new. We do have the ring agenda here. We do have a daily duo. It looks like it's in an A5. Looks like we also have an A5 horizontal. And I'm guessing that's also an A5 academic softbound planner. So nothing, and as far as like the covers and stuff are concerned, it doesn't look like it's anything new this year. So at least the cover of the Amazon shop has not been updated with the new releases that have come out in the past couple of months. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but if it had been updated with those things that had come out in the past couple of months, then we'd know right off the bat that that was available. As it is, we don't. Also, this might be an obvious thing. I say obviously a lot, and I want to try to get away from that, because if things were really that obvious, I wouldn't need to say it, if that makes sense. So it's not super obvious, or even if it is obvious or something that I think people might have already noticed, I either want to draw attention to it or lay a foundation for something else. So that's just me trying to get better with my speaking and communicating my thoughts better. A couple of other things I'm working on and have been working on for years is the ums and the likes, but that's been taking, as I said, years. Okay. So we do have a couple of chats coming in here. Anito's saying Amazon is great if you want potential items discontinued from their website. They don't have much on Amazon now because they cleared their stock. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Maybe I should be doing this again in a little while once they put up more stock. Sarah's saying there's no customization on Amazon. Manito was saying you were able to get the blush focused undated weekly planner on Amazon when they were sold out on the website. That is great to know. Patricia's saying, I think Amazon is okay for small orders, no shipping charge, and you don't need a lot of customization. They have compact vertical when Erin Condren was delayed, but you had to be okay with the missing line error. Okay, so the compact vertical did come out on Erin Condren at that same time. So that gives us a little bit of information about the new stuff being out. Ooh, I'm so excited. And then also was able to get the monthly sticker book when they were sold out for months on Erin Condren. Okay, very interesting. So one of the things I wanted to look at on the Amazon website, and I think your comments may have answered that question already, is does Erin Condren send their stock into the Amazon warehouses so that it is available for the Prime 2-day shipping? I personally am a Prime person, but if you're not a Prime person, a lot of times it will say like, oh, orders over $25, you know, ship free. But I don't know if you don't have Prime how fast the shipping is. But companies also have the option to sell on the Amazon marketplace, even offering Prime, but it doesn't actually get to the customer in that standard 2-day Prime shipping window. It's just that they don't have to pay additional for shipping. So for instance, the company that I order my sticker paper from, Online Labels, by the way, if you want to know what sticker paper is great, I recommend Online Labels because I found some other ones on Amazon that were good, but they were very small brands and they were very inconsistent. And not that I have a problem with small brands, but like I'd buy it once, I'd be like, oh, this is great, and then I couldn't find it again. Online Labels, highly recommend it in general. But so Online Labels anyway offers their sticker paper on Amazon and has free shipping on Amazon, free Prime shipping, but the shipping actually takes more like 5 days. And even though it's free shipping on Amazon, it's really more of a like they upped the price so the shipping is included. So if you buy directly from their website, the prices of the items are lower, but when you add on the shipping, it ends up being just about even. I have typically decided that when in doubt, it's better to order directly from a company than through Amazon. Obviously, there are a lot of great reasons to order on Amazon, one of them being that that's like the best and most convenient place to order. But all other things equal, I typically prefer to go through the company because Amazon charges 15% in fees, and that, you know, can have an impact. So it's one of those things that, like, especially if I like support a company and they have the same prices on Amazon versus their website, as long as it doesn't drastically inconvenience me, I like to go to the website, all other things even, because I like to support them and have the company get the 15% versus Amazon. As I said, sometimes I need it fast. They send it into the Amazon warehouse. There is a fee for that as well. And it's worth it. And I'm like, okay, like obviously this company is doing business with Amazon, so they don't mind them taking the fee. But, you know, it's one of those things like with the sticker paper, I get it in the same amount of time anyway, so I'll go directly through the company. Erin Condren sounds like they send it in to Amazon, so you can definitely get things faster, but there isn't the customization. Anyway, I know that was a whole long ramble there, but I hope, I mean, I am very rambly. That is my style. If you didn't know that, you do now. I'm a rambly person. It's either my ADHD or that's just who I am, or both. Yay! Okay, so looking at these graphics, I'm pretty sure I've seen both of these exact same graphics before, either, I think more in like Erin Condren emails and social media, not necessarily on the website. Now, from a business perspective, it is perfectly fine to reuse graphics as long as they are applicable to where you're putting them. Obviously, these are applicable, but again, I'm the person who points out the little details. So that's what I'm here for. That's what I do. So the Erin Condren difference, thick paper. We've all talked about how much we love the Erin Condren paper. Proven layouts, made in the USA. We proudly design our planners in Los Angeles and print and hand coil pages and spiral books in Austin. Mohawk paper milled in New York. There's a little part of me that doesn't necessarily like the big whole made in the USA thing for Erin Condren specifically. I have no problem with things made in the USA, and in fact, I think it's great to support our local economy. I run a small business myself. No problem with that. My little problem with this, and with the way Erin Condren puts it, is they are specifically referring to their planners. So they are technically not telling a lie, but a lot of their accessories are produced overseas, specifically in China. And they'll even say made in China on the back. So they say like, oh, our, the Erin Condren planners are made in the USA, but there's not even like an asterisk somewhere. Some accessories made in China or something like that. So they make it sound like all their products are made in the USA when they aren't. As I said, they're not technically telling a lie or anything like that, but just the way they emphasize it sometimes, it just rubs me a little bit the wrong way. A few years ago, when they switched to their Mohawk paper and they were talking about that, that's when I like first brought it up, that I was a little bit sour about how they did that, just because they were truthful, but the way it was presented was deceiving. I'm not sure how I would have presented it, but yeah, I still think it was deceiving. So, yeah. Here again, we have just the different sizes. We have 8.5 by 11, 7 by 9 customer favorite. I think this was also the original size, and then the A5. And then they're talking about their high quality notebooks. Again, would not be surprised if this banner is also used on the Erin Condren website. I know both this layout and these images are used on the Erin Condren website. Again, no problem with that, just kind of pointing it out. So they're showing the Hello Kitty collection, Star Wars collection, petite planners, accessories, recommended for you. Now, I'm wondering if this is legitimately recommended for me, or if this is something that they pre-put in and everyone just sees the same thing. And then bestsellers for Erin Condren. Interesting what's coming up as the bestsellers. It's like the life planner isn't first, but maybe because it's in the recommended for you, they didn't duplicate it. I don't know, kind of interesting. So while I scroll back up, let me go ahead and get caught up on the chat. Erin Condren customer service can't do refunds or replacements from Amazon. You have to deal with Amazon for that. Yes, that is correct. I actually sell one sheet of stickers. Well, technically it's 2 sheets because I sell it in a pack of 2 sheets of stickers. But my point is I have one product on Amazon. And that is one of the things for sellers that they tout as a benefit, is that they handle all the customer service, they handle the returns, etc., etc. Sharon saying the prices are higher. Ooh, Patricia's gotten Erin Condren the next day from Amazon. I think shipping times for anything are going to depend on where you are, but for Amazon, like I've noticed some people like always get stuff next day, and for me, it's almost never next day. A lot of times it will be like, oh, order it in the next, 3 hours and get it next day or something like that. And then when I go to checkout, it's actually 2 days, like not the next day, but the day. Anyway, I don't know if that just has to do with my, like location or whatever, but yeah. Sarah's trying not to order from Amazon or Starbucks lately because of union issues. That is a really, really good point. I have not personally been following a lot of union issues. I know we're not specifically talking about Starbucks, but I will say that at least a couple of the local Starbucks in my area, like with that particular management, is very understanding for people with chronic illness. I met a girl once that works at Starbucks. That particular location's closed down, but last I heard of her, which granted was a couple years ago, she worked at another nearby location. She ended up moving. And she was dealing with chronic pain issues. And when she tried to come into work, sometimes they're like, no, go, because like she didn't think they could cover her. They're like, no, go home. And they were they worked with her a lot. And as someone who has dealt with chronic health issues and having to deal with work schedules and stuff like that, I really liked the fact that at least the management at that location was very, very understanding of it. Again, I don't know too much about the union side of things. I will also say that my sister worked at Starbucks in New York, and apart from it being, customer service, retail food service, she had nothing bad to say about it and still loves Starbucks. So, sometimes people work somewhere and then they hate it afterwards. And while I don't know if my sister would ever want to work at Starbucks, I don't think she hated it. So, that is always good, I guess. Again, not union directly, but I also like to hear when people are treated well in other ways. I don't think union is the only way, the only thing to look at. I agree that Amazon has a lot to do to improve how they treat their workers, though. If you haven't watched the, oh, what is his name? John Oliver thing on Amazon, you can find it on Google, or not on Google, on YouTube. I'm sure you can find it on Google too. You can find it on YouTube. It's very interesting and hilarious. Patricia's saying, I prefer to order directly from Erin Condren. I've mainly used Amazon a few times to get out of stock items or older items Erin Condren no longer has on their website. Yeah, I do order on Amazon for a few things, and it's mostly office supplies that I have a hard time finding other places. Like, I can sometimes find them other places, but the company that I can get them through doesn't, like, they sell through Amazon. So, and I'm more when I'm looking at Prime, like, not necessarily like how long is it going to take to reach me, as more as like, do I have to pay extra for shipping? Like, as I said, like online labels, I go through their website because that's an option, but say they only sold through Amazon, and they had like Prime, but because they shipped it from their own warehouse and didn't store it at Amazon, it took a little longer. For me, that's usually okay unless I'm in a pinch. So yeah. Manito, let's take a drink every time we see a cattail go by. Cheers to that. I actually made, well, okay. I made a very delicious decision on the drink to have today. I have bubble tea from Bubble & Tea. If you're ever in Beaverton, Oregon, best bubble tea ever. Well, best bubble tea I've ever tasted. Even better than the bubble tea I've gotten in New York. They use like all like loose leaf teas, no powders, anyway, and it's sweetened with honey. So good, so good. I have Thai sweet cream in it, in case anybody's curious. But the reason why it's a bad choice for streaming is because it's the one drink you have to eat too. So I'm like trying to take sips and not get bubbles. I also have another drink over there, but it's not as yummy. So, and of course I just got bubbles in my mouth. Sorry about that. Hello, Ackman. Ooh, Patricia's saying she's found some dead links in the Erin Condren store on Amazon. Makes me wonder how actively they update. It's possible they spend, I mean, in fact, it's probable they spend a lot more time on their listings versus the actual storefront, but good point. Ackman always goes for free shipping. Orders always come faster than paid shipping on Amazon. Yeah. Patricia never drank coffee until nursing school. I did not like coffee until college, and I made myself like coffee. Like, I specifically would like get really flavored lattes and stuff like that and got myself used to it, and now I love coffee. So for me, it was definitely an acquired taste. Let's see. And you can find Erin Condren items on Amazon for $1. So more when they're out of stock on Erin Condren. Yeah. Okay. Let's actually look at this thing on like the actual stuff. So on Amazon, because again, I love rambling, but I should also, you know, try to actually get to the point. So, and we'll probably experience some of those dead links. So I'm going to kind of go across the top, because typically when I shop on Amazon stores and whatnot, I find the links at the top are a lot more useful. That is a me thing. So we have Life Planner, A5 planners. Let's just click on Life Planner and see what happens. Let's see. So we have our 3 sizes, Erin Condren difference. We already saw that, which was just cropped differently. Have a little video. I'm not going to play that because I don't want to get a copyright strike, or probably wouldn't be a strike, but because I'm an Erin Condren affiliate. By the way, I'm an Erin Condren affiliate. In case you didn't know, there should be a disclaimer in the description, all that good stuff. If you want to support the channel, use my links. It won't cost you anything extra. In fact, if you've never ordered from the Erin Condren website directly, you can use my link to get $10 off your first purchase. Yes. Okay. So shop by planner. So this is really kind of going through the menu options, but with a bunch of pictures. For me, this scrolling down, it feels cluttered, but that I don't think that's Erin Condren's fault. That is more the way I process information. There's not a lot of white space or blank space in between everything. I think that's just what they had to work with how Amazon sets up their shops. But for me, this is part of the reason why I tend to use the links at the top. It's just a little bit harder to like take everything in and find what I want. So, so this is interesting. New A5. I mean, they were new last year, but so they have the A5 here in small letters, and then they have the big actual size, which, I mean, I didn't even realize those were the actual dimensions. It makes sense, but yeah. It just doesn't pop out that it's an A5. Okay, so here they're talking about the Daily Duo and Horizontal Weekly, and here we get into the actual planner. Obviously, they have not updated the fact that they have a compact vertical, though, based on, I forget who it was in the comments, said that they were able to find a compact vertical on Amazon. So let's go ahead and take a look here at their 12-month spiral bound planner. This is a calendar year planner for 2022 with the floral cover. I think these are, it's taking a minute to load, but basically the same pictures that we get on the Erin Condren website. This one's a little different, but you know, they're kind of talking about the sturdy laminated tabs and the different spreads. I have to say, having a picture like this that shows all the main spreads that are not the weekly spread, I actually really like. Sometimes I have a hard time finding that on the Erin Condren website. And then it shows the stickers in the back. Okay, cool. Now, okay, there is literally no like options here. So I know we already talked about how you don't have personalization options on Amazon, but I was expecting at least a, like, you know, choose your cover sort of deal. It's possible that's available on other things. It's just not on this one, but that was kind of interesting. It's also, this one specifically, like not, it's giving me the buying options thing versus add to cart. So maybe they're kind of sold out or something. Let's go to something else. I have to say, maybe this is just because I am quite familiar with the Erin Condren website and I know how to get around. I know where everything is. But so far, it's a little clunkier to look at Amazon. It just, yeah. Oh, whoa, we have that makes no sense. Like literally from the application I'm streaming from, and it's nothing urgent. Whatever. Ackman saying, we're all getting used to saying A5 here. Asian countries have been using A5, B6. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I have to say, like, I like the logic behind the paper systems in a lot of different in parts of the world. You know, the A5, A6, B, you know, A5, you know, all that sort of thing. I like the fact that it is very much a like a standardized thing, and like it has a pattern to it. I guess it is. I don't know. There's an excellent video by CPG Gray on YouTube. I don't know what it's called, but he talks about how it works, and it's like there's a pattern to it. Like, what's the next size up? So that is what I like about it. And I mean, not that, like, here for the most part you just hear like 8.5 by 11, occasionally 11 by 17, and then anything else, like, there isn't necessarily a standardized size unless you go with like an A5 or something like that. So I wouldn't say no to switching over. I also like the patterner system, like the idea of how metric works, how it's all in tens and it's relatively easy to convert. Now, because I am not used to using metric, I suck at converting because I can never remember what order things go in, but I do like that they're like nice patterns and it's all in 10s and you don't have to figure out what's in 12s and 16s and all that junk when you're dealing with imperial. In case anybody didn't know, the like inches, feet, like that's imperial measurements, which sounds really funny to me. Like if anything, it should be the other way around, but whatever. Apparently the US, at least, I'm assuming other places, kind of behind the scenes actually already use metric like in scientific communities and like in a lot of manufacturing and different things like that. It's just like basically the public face of measurements hasn't changed, which is interesting. Yeah. Doesn't look like any of these life planners are available, which is really annoying. So I wanted to look at them. Let's see if we can click into one. It definitely shows that Erin Condren is not keeping up with their Amazon listings, because when something is sold out, you can make it so it can't be seen. And especially something like this with its like the layers cover, this is an old theme. And at least they have mid-century circles inside. So it looks like they might have updated it last year, sold out, and then didn't update everything on the Amazon website. So far as the shopping experience of actually trying to find the planner you want, I am not necessarily super impressed. That is a little bit more of a management thing, and so they definitely have last year's mid-century circles, flora, just my type. So yeah. Yeah, definitely last year's. Let's take a look at the monthly planners. Okay, we definitely have some available here, which is nice. Okay, so these are undated, which means I was gonna say, I'm guessing they're focused if they're undated. So we have more focus than the new stuff here on Amazon. Oh, I didn't want to add that to cart. Whatever. I wanted to click on it so we could see what it looked like in there. So it looks like here they have the option to go between the monthly and the weekly planner and the cover. So here's what I was like talking about is I would expect them to at least have like 5 covers to be able to choose from or something like that. But nope. Nope. Not with the classic Erin Condren styles anyway. I think the image is taking a while to load is just my internet. It usually decides right around now that it doesn't want to work very nicely. Just in time for, okay, cart, go away. Literally, I'm going to have to go remove this from my cart in order for that thing to not pop up, which is very annoying. Okay. Next, I'm going to go ahead and look at Erin Condren accessories because honestly, I am not super impressed with the way the planners are on Amazon, between them being sold out, not necessarily updated. Yeah. Now, let me at least see if they have the teacher lesson planners. Oh, interesting. Okay. Mid-century circles lesson planner, layers lesson planner. So this is what you guys were talking about, how you can definitely get like sold out stuff. Maybe what happens is they send a certain amount of stock into Amazon. Oh, never mind, unavailable. I was going to say, maybe they send a certain amount of stock into Amazon and if it just stays there until it sells. But alas, nope. Not how it works. Okay. I'm guessing what I want to look at is school supplies. School supplies for all ages. I wish they had like an accessories thing just because that's what we're kind of used to calling it. And I think that's what they called it on the homepage. That's such a pretty cover. Okay. So far it looks like these are in stock, so that's nice. So we have our mini gel pens, snap-in dashboard for projects and exams. I mean, I'm recognizing some of this stuff. I'm not seeing anything that's super new for the new release right now. I don't think this was the fold-over magnetic dashboard that we got this year. I want to say the bag is a little bit cheaper on Amazon. I wonder if that's directly from Erin Condren or Amazon, or if that's from someone else. Sold by Erin Condren Designs. Yeah, it would be directly from them. Okay, let me go back to the Erin Condren homepage here and go to planner accessories through here to see if it brings me to the same page. Here we go. I think it will. Oh, accessories at the top. Let's see. No, this is a different page. Interesting, interesting. So it looks like we have Flora stuff. So again, not the new release stuff. Manito saying, I think even in 2016, people internationally struggled to order from Erin Condren website, even if you had postal boxes and not house addresses. Ever since their last warehouse sale, they also unlisted items on Amazon. Some people complained that the focus planners had misprints. Interesting, interesting. Okay, Coco is diving into my recycling, if you can hear rustling. Yeah, we're definitely not seeing any of the new stuff. Interchangeable pens. I think I talked about these a couple times ago, or no, when it was when I was talking about the seasonal surprise box. I was talking about that. Yeah, definitely not as much of a selection at all. So it's sounding like they are not putting the new stuff on Amazon, at least currently. And as you said, they unlisted a bunch of stuff. I wonder if they, I mean, this is just a back end thing. If you have stuff stored at Amazon, which I'm assuming they are because it does look like it is Prime delivery. When you don't want it stored, if you have stock that either isn't selling or isn't selling fast enough, or that you want to discontinue, you have a couple of options. If you have it stored at Amazon warehouses, you can either pay to have it sent back to you, or you can pay to have it destroyed. I don't know exactly what the destroy cost is. I forget. I looked it up at one point. But it looks like some of this stuff might be from a while ago, like layers and whatnot. I mean, I'm guessing, since it looks like that is still available, it's probably been in the Amazon warehouse for, you know, what, 2 or 3 years, maybe more. Not that stickers really go bad, but very interesting. So if you want to, oh, here's a kaleidoscope one. So if you want to get old patterns for like stickers and accessories, they don't have, that's so cool. Sorry, I always get distracted on Amazon. They don't necessarily have the biggest selection, but they do have some old stuff. I didn't know that Erin Condren sold sketchbooks. Am I just like out of the loop? Do their notebooks just come with like an option for blank pages and I just never looked? College rule dot grid graph productivity, size 8.5 by 11, 7 by 9. I mean, they definitely, I was going to say, oh, they definitely do A5. They didn't add it, but this specifically is kaleidoscope, so they didn't have A5 back then. Again, this is Prime. So it is in the Amazon warehouse. Huh. So if we want to answer the question in the title, should you buy Erin Condren products from Amazon? Based on what you guys have said and what I am seeing, unless you're in a time crunch and there is something that is sold on Amazon that you need, I'm inclined to say no. I'm inclined to say no. First off, they don't have nearly as many options for colors, especially for planners. They're out of stock, stuff like that. And also, I mean, the Erin Condren company isn't quite getting as much. You know, they have to pay Amazon for it. So there's that as well. Though I haven't compared prices. It might end up, if you're just getting like one thing, like one notebook, it might end up with shipping being cheaper to go through Amazon if you have Prime or otherwise qualify for free shipping, because on the Erin Condren website, you have to pay for shipping unless you're ordering, I think it's $79. So there's that. If you need it in a hurry, or if there's something that you need on Amazon and you're only like buying one thing so you don't have to pay shipping, those would be the reasons to get it on Amazon. But I find this a lot harder to navigate, especially if I specifically want to get an Erin Condren product. I didn't really point it out when we were on the pages, but a lot of the, not all, but a fair number of the suggestions, like where you can kind of see the different options and whatnot, like they recommend non-Erin Condren products in some cases. Of course, this one isn't showing it very much. I don't think this is Erin Condren. I'm guessing this is an Erin Condren. These are almost definitely not Erin Condren, not Erin Condren. So if you're specifically looking for an Erin Condren product because that's what you want, like, you know, say you want Erin Condren pens, and, you know, it might be easy to accidentally click on a non-Erin Condren related product, and then maybe you're willing to spend a little bit more money for something from Erin Condren because, again, it's a designer brand, not cheap. You kind of go into it either specifically bargain hunting or knowing you're going to pay a little bit more. And then you could, if you're not really doing your due diligence, accidentally order something that you wouldn't have been able to pay for anyway. So, hello, Samantha. Welcome. So, as I said, after that, I did want to go to the Erin Condren website, partially to just kind of show it back to back as a comparison, and partially because I want to take a look at the monthly and academic planner and how they are displayed on the Erin Condren website, since I haven't really looked at that yet. So just looking at the front page, I mean, they're highlighting stuff that is kind of new stuff. So they have this thing, Goal Setting 101. That's interesting. They are showing the August 2023 month for the desk pad calendar. Interesting how they have it on a wall, but I get why they did. They don't have a lot of ways to display it in a picture other than in a flat lay on a desk or on a wall. And then the other thing they're talking about is invest in your own productivity, life planner, over 3 million sold. Yay. Okay. I just want to see what this is. I'm not going to probably read through all of it, but Goal Setting 101. Okay, I was hoping that this was going to be somehow like tips about goal setting or like a blog article or something. Just the way they put it on the website or on the page, it didn't necessarily look like it was going to be products front and center. It looked like it was going to be, here's what you can do and here are the products that go along with it. Again, that is me being picky, but that's what I do here. So through all of this, I will say, like, you guys know, I don't shy away from saying if I think something could be done better or differently, or, you know, should be done differently, you know, critiquing, all that sort of thing. None of the things I've talked about that are critiques or think that I could, you know, that they could be done better is enough to make me not want to get an Erin Condren planner or use an Erin Condren planner. If you guys don't know, I am an Erin Condren affiliate, so I do get some PR, but I also spend some of my own money on Erin Condren stuff too. So it's not just a like I use it because I get it for free sort of deal. It's actually what I use in my daily life. This is legitimately the Erin Condren planner that's sitting on my desk. I didn't plan the first half of the week. Oops. Yeah, this week has been interesting for me, just like mentally, I guess. But yeah, so they're talking about goal setting and productivity, and then they're talking about this. So we have lots of new stuff here. Well, not a lot of stuff. We have A5 Harmony Daily Intention Journal, Metallic Monthly Desk Dashboard. Technically it's new, but they do it every year, so it's just like updated for the new year. Daily Priorities Notepad. And then just some other, no, I shouldn't say just some other stuff, but some other stuff that they've had in the store for a little while. Okay, so I just want to go back here. I know it's subtle because there's not a lot of blank space here, but just having like this little bit on the edges, to me, it makes this feel a lot less crowded than the Amazon store. Again, I don't want to say that that is necessarily all Erin Condren's fault because they are working with the Amazon store setup, but to me, it makes it a more pleasant shopping experience. Samantha, my planner had a Monday filled in, and the rest of the week it was all dry erase board. Yeah. There are some weeks that for one reason or another it just didn't happen. Like Monday, Monday didn't work out for me on several levels, and then Tuesday I was kind of recovering, and then yesterday was productive, but since I spent a lot of time working at my mom's place with the kitties, I didn't bring my planner with me. And when I miss like Monday and Tuesday, and I know I'm just going to plan like half the week, sometimes I'm like, I'll just start Thursday because I get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on one side, and I like see it for the week. So like, I don't know, it almost seems like a waste to like plan Wednesday out if I don't need to, because I won't get to enjoy looking at it. Maybe that's weird. There was a bubble tea clog in the straw. Okay, so planners and accessories, that's what I wanted to look at. I'm going to start with the monthly planner, because that's what just came out that I have. Well, that's one of the things that just came out. Okay. I need to stop saying okay all the time. I was talking about that earlier, how there are different things in how I'm speaking, specifically on streams that I'm working on. Saying okay all the time is probably something I should work on. I just realized that. Patricia came back from a vacation, so my planner just said vacay. Better than me. Usually when I'm going on a vacation, I don't bother doing anything in the planner. Some people do memory planning though, and so like they could decorate their planner to kind of remind them of the vacation. I don't do that though. I don't do that. I was just going to say okay to come back to it. I think that's my like, okay, getting back on topic thing. Working on it. So they're talking about how the monthly planner is available in 7x9 or 8.5x11. I kind of wish it was available in A5. I understand that you wouldn't get nearly as much room to write, but I think that could be, I think that could be really great for some people. Okay, Ackman, very good point. If you read under Goal Setting 101, it states shop productivity bestsellers, not here's how to be more productive. Okay, good point. When I hear like something 101, I think informational. Like you're gonna at least give me something informational. But you're right, they never specifically said they were gonna give me tips. I inferred that. Cute covers. I mean, really, I'm mostly just looking at the covers at this point, and I feel like I've seen a lot of them already, even though I like looking at them. It's interesting to see what past year's covers they keep around. So we still have the Painted Petals covers and the Layers covers, Flora covers. I haven't seen a kaleidoscope cover here, at least. So yeah, interesting to see what they keep around from previous years. I am going to scroll back up and let's just go here into it and see what the actual listing looks like. It probably doesn't look very much different than last year, but I still want to look at it. Available in 7 by 9, 8.5 by 11. Yearly dashboard. Yearly calendar, monthly pages, we're very familiar with those. Notes pages, monthly dashboard, notes, pocket in the back. I mean, pretty standard stuff. Interesting how it's only available in a 12-month and not with an 18-month option. I'm pretty sure you don't have to do I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you don't have to do like a calendar year start. Looks like you can choose July, August, September, or January start. So what's stopping them from doing an 18-month option? Probably it's a case of they already have so many customization options and maybe they weren't getting enough people ordering the 18-month, or maybe they just don't want to complicate things on their end. Who knows? I don't feel like there are too many places on the Erin Condren website where you can choose your size as part of the checkout. Usually you have to go to the size. Like when you're buying your life planner, you have to go to A5 specifically to order that. You can't just say like, oh, I want the color blends cover. And then when you go in, it's like, okay, so do you want A5 or 7 by 9? So that is an option I'm not used to seeing. I just realized that they don't have this available in the in color blends in the inside. There isn't too much decoration in color blends on the monthly pages. Maybe they were thinking it really wasn't much of anything. Who knows? Very, very interesting. I wish they had, okay, watch and I'm completely wrong. I'm pretty sure you do not have an option to add extra pages to your life planner. I wish they did. That'd be so cool. I think it would also be really cool to give the option to add dot grid pages or even blank pages to make it a sketchbook. Then it would really be like an all-in-one planner. Very cool. Gonna catch up on the chat. Manito, I wonder if we Canadians can get 𝗬𝗏 products on Amazon since we can't get them on the Erin Condren website. That is interesting. Okay, let's just do an Amazon search real fast. Popping back over to Amazon. Now, I am not in Canada. I could turn my VPN on to make it Amazon think I'm in Canada, but that would disrupt the stream. I was more curious to see if like a bunch of 𝗬𝗏 stuff just came up if you searched Amazon. And it doesn't look like it does. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to pop over to Google. Erin Condren. Is 𝗬𝗏 one word or two? I should probably check because that would have an impact on it. Oh, whoops. Too far back. There we go. Pretty sure there were some 𝗬𝗏 covers here that I can use to double check the spell. Okay, it is one word, so I missearched Amazon. Knowing Amazon, it probably would have corrected me, but let me go ahead and redo it just in case. Even less. Okay, cool, cool. So let's go back to Google, because what I'm thinking is that on Google, they have the little shopping thing, and it might come up with listings on other sites. I was going to say like, Mercari, here we go. I was going to say like Mercari or eBay, or it looks like someone's selling it on Etsy, which is interesting because you're not supposed to sell, like you can sell vintage stuff on Etsy, but Painted Petals hardcover planner is hardly vintage. So yeah, if you live outside of the US and you want to get the Erin Condren 𝗬𝗏𝗡 products, I would highly recommend checking sites like Mercari, eBay, things like that. Now, what the shipping is going to be like, I don't know. That is completely different. Okay, $3.72 delivery fee. Not bad. Of course, I am in the US, so chances are it would be more to Canada or any other place in the world. If it even ships there, that's the other thing, is that they might say like, oh, I don't want to ship internationally. I will say though, does Mercari, is it even outside of the US? I didn't even think about that. Is that, tell me, if you're outside of the US, am I being stupid? Is Mercari like a US only thing, or can people outside of the US use it too? I don't know. I was going to say, one of the things with Mercari is that if you're selling something, you get the postage through Mercari, and because a lot of people buy stuff on Mercari, or because they buy a lot of postage through the post office, you can get postage discounts. By the way, though, if you ever want business postage discounts, just, this is a random thing. If you ever want business postage discounts, it doesn't work on letters, but it works on packages. Go to 𝗙𝗏𝗁𝗁 you do not have to pay a monthly fee or anything like that. I have it set up with my debit card so that every time I buy postage, it just charges me for that amount. I don't have to preload anything. And you get the business discounts for postage, which is really awesome. So, you know, if I'm gonna send like a 3-ounce package within the US, usually I think it would be like $4 or $4.50, depending on where it's going. There's like different zones and things like that. But it's more like $3.50 through 𝗙𝗏𝗁𝗁, which is awesome. My straw's clogged with bubbles. Sadness. Ooh, 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗡. The Erin Condren website says if you know someone who has a US address, you can order it, have it shipped to them, and have it shipped to your address. Manito, you need an 𝗬𝗏𝗡 dealer in the USA to hook you up. If you legitimately want a dealer in the USA, shoot me an email to 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗠@gmail.com. Might be able to work something out. Yeah, 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗡, Mercari is kind of like eBay. If you've heard of Poshmark, which I think is mostly clothing reselling, it's kind of similar, except Mercari is more stuff. But yeah, think of it kind of like eBay. It's also like very phone centered versus website centered. So, and 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗡, you don't even live anywhere close to Canada, so that's weird that they would think you're in Canada. By the way, if anybody else is here and is outside the US and does want to get 𝗬𝗏𝗡 stuff from Erin Condren, you can email me, 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗡@gmail.com as well. Basically, the way I do it is I would pre-calculate what the shipping to you approximately would cost, to give you an idea of what it would be. And then I'd have you, buy it on, I'd give you my P.O. box address. So you buy the thing on Erin Condren, have it shipped to my P.O. box, and then let me know once it's been delivered so I can go and forward it to you in Canada. And then just ask you to Venmo or PayPal me the money Like I literally just put the label right on top. So yeah. Yeah, the 𝗬𝗍𝒑 restrictions for Erin Condren is really annoying. Apparently has to do with licensing. So I don't know what the licensing restriction is, but yeah, it's a licensing thing. All right, I don't really need to look at the academic planners too much because I already did, like, I was on the PR list for the academic planners, or it's not necessarily a PR list anymore. I think I told you guys, like, Erin Condren just used to send me boxes, and now they, like, ask you to say, like, oh, I'm interested in doing this or this, you know. So it's not necessarily a PR list anymore. It's more of a collaboration thing. I absolutely love this watercolor Starlight cover. They sent me a notebook, an A5 notebook with that cover. I very well might buy the 7x9 cover, or I might put it on my A5 planner once I can start using it in 2 weeks. So let's go in and look at this one again. It will probably be kind of the same thing. Oh, have a great evening, Sharon. I hope you enjoyed. And this is a holographic foil, in case anybody's curious and did not see that particular stream. All right. Pretty standard so far. I have to say, Ackman, it is nice that Erin Condren lets you buy the covers and does the interchangeable covers. That way you don't have to get a new notebook every time a new cover that you love comes out. You get to, you know, you can just get the new cover and keep the same notebook. Again, I mean, okay, I understand why they're not offering maybe dot grid or something like that, but for an academic planner, dot grid or graph grid or even the productivity, I feel like for adding additional pages would be great. And it looks like there's an August, a September, and a January start for this. It would be nice if there was a July start, because don't some schools start in the middle of July in the US? Schools in my area, K through 12, start the Tuesday or Wednesday after Labor Day, and the colleges and universities that are on the quarter system start at the end of September. So like I'm very much not familiar with the earlier start schools, but I'm pretty sure some people in the US at least go back to school in the middle of July. So you'd think there'd be a July start. August is probably more common though. Mendito, there are watercolor Starlight stickers. Oh, okay. So beautiful. The problem with these Erin Condren sticker sheets, though, is a lot of times I don't end up knowing where to use a lot of them. I think once I used them on the monthly pages and it worked out pretty well, but then I got like a different Erin Condren sticker sheet and the sizes were different somehow. I forget what it was. Okay, I've also talked about this. I think I was talking about this on Saturday when I was talking about how like putting together a kit for the compact vertical, how you need to strategically make sure that you have like enough of things like checklists. So the fact that they have checklists here, unless this is supposed to be used for the monthly pages and these are supposed to be checklists for the sidebar, like the fact that it's only 4 checklists makes this effectively unusable for the weekly ones if you want standard checklists. Bugs me so much. For that reason alone, I probably will not buy it. Because, as I said, not having enough checklists is a huge thing for me. Medical students in the USA also have classes ending in July. Yeah. Well, and I mean, the college and university in some ways is a little bit different just because there's also the summer term, and you have summer school for kids as well, but some people who are pursuing higher education intentionally decide to do summer school, or sometimes they have to for various reasons. So I feel like that's a little different in some ways. I'm looking at the accessories, by the way, in case you couldn't see. A lot of this is stuff that we have already seen, though. So these came out with the life planners. This came out with the teacher lesson planner, large blush vegan leather folio. Yeah, that was, I shouldn't have clicked on it because now I got to wait for it to load, and then I'm going to have to click back and wait for it to load again. Excuse me. But it'd be nice if you could personalize that. They have a middle school. Okay, there are so many things on this Erin Condren website that you guys seem to know about that I don't, and it makes me feel very, I don't know. I was gonna say sad. It's not sad. Inadequate, maybe? Middle school diary. Didn't know this was a thing Erin Condren had. I knew they had kids planners, but I didn't, unless this is the kids planner in a slightly different, trust the, love it. Okay. Healthy habits, my mood today, what I want to remember about today, what I'm grateful for today, what I'm looking forward to, how this week went. That is so great. Oh my God. And wait, are the pages, the dividers have the little starlight? I love this. I want one. Erin Condren, send me one. This is so pretty. I want this. I'm a little salty that it won't load, that it's not letting me click on it, and I don't know if it's just the page is still loading or if it just won't, but I'm like, want to look at it. So it looks like how I'm feeling today, and then it has that stuff to fill out that we talked about. Okay. I'm also a little salty that they're calling this a middle school diary because I think this is great. Absolutely wonderful. Also, I think this is, I mean, okay, I'm in my 30s, so I'm like gushing about a like middle school diary, which is weird. I also want to say one of my many tangents that comes back many times, this is perfect for people with ADHD. Oh my God. And a lot of people with ADHD actually find that things that are meant for kids for various reasons work for them really well, either because it tends to have a lot more fun colors, and that just kind of like livens it up, like with stickers for me. Stickers are like the thing that makes my planner fun and makes me want to look at it. They also, I mean, there are checklists, and I definitely prefer to use sticker checklists than having to do it in a pen because it's easier, in the moment at least. But it also makes it colorful and stuff like that. But yeah, that is something very common apparently for people that have ADHD. And I have ADHD, so yay. Okay. Is this just going to be the normal personalization options? That's what I'm curious. Yeah, just normal personalization options. Oh, this is so pretty. I love it. Okay. I need to catch up on the chat. Ackman says, I would not be surprised if some of the items on Amazon, like the middle school diary, might be called something else on the real Erin Condren site. Well, obviously it is called the middle school diary because I found it by that name. Samantha also wants a less childish version of the A5 Kids Diary because similarly it looks like such a good daily guide journal. Okay, so now we're looking at the Kids Diary. Kids handwriting notepad. I need one of those. Are you talking about the the gratitude. Okay, we're just gonna look at everything. Did I click the thing? With my like slow internet today. Oh, here. 𝗏𝗠𝗡𝗚𝗏 Kids Diary. Maybe that's what we were talking about. Okay, I have to say though, the emojis are kind of cute. They're like not my style of something I get, but they're cute. But like the starlight, oh my god. Okay. Oh, and they have fun fonts. I love that. Okay. Okay, having the little mood tracker with the emojis and the weather. Okay, I wouldn't track the weather, but the mood with the emojis, that's like perfect for anybody of any age. Okay, so this layout probably wouldn't be as good for me, but this is cute, and I can definitely see this being amazing for kids. Apparently I resonate a lot with the middle school one, a lot more than the kids one, which is fine. Yeah. So many cool stuff. Yes, Benito, I need to make middle school diary stickers. Well, I have to get it first so I can size it. But yeah, I mean, it's only $14, so that's, I mean, as far as Erin Condren books goes, that's pretty darn affordable. I can see how like they wouldn't think a lot of parents would want to spend $40 on something for their kids, though. Yes, Manito, we are all kids at heart. And Samantha, it's also underrated when we skip it for 2 weeks and there's no empty planner guilt. Yes, I think I talked about this when we were talking about the Life Planner Town Hall, how they have undated Spanish planners but not undated English planners. And I was like, I would love that, but I could also see how a lot of people wouldn't get as many planners because they would they'd miss 3 weeks or whatever, and they just go to the next week in the planner, and then they wouldn't go through the planner as fast and all that good stuff. Oh, Ackman, you have information about the marble pens in the summer seasonal surprise box? Tell us. Sorry, I just realized I was talking with my mouth open with boba in my mouth. I really shouldn't have gotten bubble tea right before a stream. Okay, let me go back to the new planner accessories because that's really what I want to look at. Colorful dual tip markers. Yeah, we've seen a lot of this before. Most of this that we're looking at was Life Planner release stuff. I wonder if they will have the academic planner accessories after this. Because there were a couple of new ones just for the academic planner, right? I'm pretty sure there were. I could literally look, but I'm like 99% sure. By literally look, I mean they sent me a PR box and I could look in the PR box. Huh. No, I'm not seeing. Okay. Accessories, writing tools, dashboards, phone accessories, desk and office, school. Okay, here we go. Back to school. I just was looking in the wrong spot. Okay. Okay. Ackman says, according to Christine, for the writing tool duo included in the seasonal surprise box, it will just be 2 pens once it's released on the website. Okay, you know, I was wrong then. Samantha keeps eyeing the Passion Planner undated daily version. Okay, well, if we, you know, don't go forever here, then I might have to go check that out because like when you say that, nothing like visually springs to mind. So I need to like go get that. And the pens will be the exact same one as in the seasonal surprise box, just those 2 pens. Thank you for the update, Ackman. I was definitely wrong with what I was thinking was going to happen. Ooh, they have new tote bag straps on EC. Thanks, Manito. Good point, Samantha. A lot of the academic accessories were just the old accessories in different colors with minor changes. We also have the back to school release because we have the stuff that was on this card that came with the life planner. And it's interesting how they're doing a separate back to school release from the academic planner, maybe so that they can have stuff to release closer to when people are actually going back to school. By the way, I applied to be part of that collaboration and get some of the, I don't know what they'd send me, but some of the stuff for PR. I have not heard back. They're supposed to tell me if I didn't get it, as well as if I got it. So I just haven't heard back either way yet. So I will keep you updated. But I specifically said, like, that's what I would love to do. For anybody who doesn't know, if you're an Erin Condren affiliate, they send out a monthly affiliate newsletter at the beginning of the month, and they have different upcoming collaborations. Usually it's different, well, it is different releases that they're doing. And you can apply to be part of them and cover them on your social media. A lot of people just do Instagram and whatnot. So a lot of their coverage that they talk about is very geared towards Instagram, which is fine. Instagram just isn't my cup of tea. So yeah, that is that. But everything is under embargo, so even if I do get wind of things that are coming up, I don't get to talk about it until the embargo is released. Okay, kids collection. I'm guessing this is where, like, all of this stuff is coming from. It must be the thing that I missed somewhere in here. Okay, kid and parent collection. Sturdy, kid-friendly plastic spiral binding, lower pricing on kids' spiral books, handwriting, and story journals with 3 layout options, designs featuring trolls, Hello Kitty, and more. This is so fun. Okay. Dreaming has no limits. I wish the dreaming part of this cover, of course I can't mouse over, otherwise it would go away. It was a little brighter so we could see it, but yeah. Ackman, and she did not know allegedly when the back to school items would be on sale. I mean, I'm pretty sure this said coming July. We just don't know when in July. My guess is after 4th of July weekend. Well, I don't know if 4th of July is actually over a weekend this year. Because Erin Condren's a US-based company, so they're probably going to observe US holidays. So it looks like 4th of July is a Monday. So it is a 4th of July weekend. We probably will not be seeing a new release on Monday. The 5th is a Tuesday, and I know a lot of US businesses will also take Tuesday off. It just depends. So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, Magneto, they're not selling compliment cards anymore on the Erin Condren website. I haven't heard anything specific about that. My guess is either they weren't selling enough, or I do know that Erin Condren, ooh, I want to check out this reading log. I do know that Erin Condren is facing, or at least was facing, some supply chain issues. So that could be part of it as well. I'm curious about this reading log. Let's see. Name. Okay, yeah, this is definitely like geared towards little kids. Not that it's bad, but you know. Reading goals, great. Reading log. Okay, so kind of like how many pages you read each day is the thought here. And then here is a thing where you can do a little thing about the whole book, favorite books. Okay, and that was just the blank front pages. Ackman, good point. A lot of items come and go on the site quickly. Some of the sneak peeks and the seasonal surprise boxes are gone on the sites for like a year. Yeah, and then sometimes stuff will, like, they'll release it, and my guess is that they have an initial relatively small run of production, And then when it sells out quickly, then they do the new production. But I mean, something we often don't see, especially, checklist notebook. Something that we often don't see in our instant gratification world is how long it actually takes to get stuff produced, especially, you know, some of the accessories and stuff that, as I said, are produced in China. It can take a while to get everything over, and then you also have customs delays that are worse, you know, since 2020. They're still kind of bad, but yeah. There are a lot of different things that go into it. Kids notebook, reading log, ultimate checklist, what I'm saving for, allowance tracker, chore chart. That's so cute. It's basically like a habit tracker, essentially. Healthy and helpful habits, routines. Okay, so that's a little bit more. I guess that's a little bit more of a habits thing. Like that one, I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of how an adult would use it. Samantha, that one's the opposite of ADHD friendly. Not only can I only read a book in one sitting without stopping, even as a kid, I would never remember to log it. Yeah, neither would I. I technically have a Goodreads account. I almost never use it. I mostly use it to get book recommendations when I need to find other stuff. And I often will like go in and rate a bunch of books that I've read since I went in last like 6 months or a year ago, just so it will give me updated recommendations. Benito's saying, let's focus on getting the mini calendars removed on the surgery at the end of the year. Oh, surveys, yes. I was like, surgery, am I missing something? Hashtag remove Erin Condren mini calendars. That is a very long hashtag. Oh, also, Samantha, as far as ADHD goes, as a kid, I went through phases of physically reading books, but I know I've mentioned this before, and I will not go on a huge audiobook tangent here because I did that the other day. But I have been a huge audiobook person for a long time, and until relatively recently, I did not realize it was because, but you know, I didn't realize I'd latched on to audiobooks as much as I did because I have ADHD. When I was a kid, I would do like arts and crafts a lot of time in my room. Stuff with yarn was usually pretty popular. Anything with glue, like sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't, just because it got messy. Knitting, crocheting, I did some weaving, and you know, anyway, stuff like that. But yeah, I would listen to audiobooks while crafting and stuff like that. So yeah. And that is totally an ADHD thing. Yeah, I think this, again, very cute for kids. Another one that's would not be as useful for me. I'm trying to, as somebody who does not have kids, I am looking at this through a lens of how someone, you know, me specifically, but bigger, how someone with ADHD, an adult with ADHD might use it. Ackman, you don't remember getting a customer survey from Erin Condren? I honestly don't remember getting one either, to be honest. Oh no, maybe I do. I could be mixing stuff up. Ooh, I love the idea of sending one out to everyone that placed an order from them. Maybe like a month or two after they ship the order, they could have an email that goes out with the link to the survey or something like that. That is something they could automate. That would give people a little bit of time to try it out and actually be able to give feedback. Okay, this is so much fun. Okay, they need to do an adult's version of this, first off. Second off, I can ask for help, I think is something everybody young and small needs to remember. I get sucked into this one too. Yeah, I can be strong and vulnerable. I can do the right thing. I find joy every day. I am always loved. Yeah, I need to remember a lot of these quotes. This is adorable. They need to do one of these, like, geared at adults. Though, honestly, even though this is geared at kids, this is adorable. And I don't see anything about this that is, like, kiddie or not applicable to me. Maybe the lines, they're probably farther apart in it because it is for kids. And I, even in, like, middle school, was very much a, like, college ruled person. I've always had relatively small writing compared to a lot of people. But yeah, this is so cool. This is amazing. I love it. I mean, anyone could use this, but the only thing they actually need to change to make this quote unquote an adult version is change out the spiral from plastic to metal. You could keep everything else the same. Even the quotes are great. Maybe I Can Do the Right Thing is, like, a little bit more kid, but, like, I can be strong and vulnerable. Something adults need to remember too. I can ask for help. Yes. Oh my God. I can find joy every day. I struggle with depression. Yes. Something good to remind myself. And I am always loved. Yes. Amazing. Love it. Love it. Ooh, I have gotten behind on comments again. Manito, that kid's Baby Yoda cover on the Star Wars is so cute, but it's not sold separately with it. That's so sad. They need to start doing that. Oh my God. Samantha didn't read a single assigned book in elementary, high school, or college. Cannot force myself to. Will stay up 36 hours to binge a book I'm stimulated by, though. Oh my God. Okay, I cannot read. The only books I've ever managed to read in one sitting that weren't, like, super short were the Harry Potter books. The last two, I think. No, just the last two, something like that. But my reading comprehension is not as good physically reading a book. I don't know if it has something to do with my ADHD or if it is, I should say, I don't know if it has anything to do with my ADHD directly or not. It could be a fact that because I like audiobooks, so I can do something with my hands, and I do tend to be an auditory learner, that I didn't practice enough to up said reading comprehension. So who knows what it is. But even with, like, with the Harry Potter books, like, I'd read them as soon as they came out because I could get them. I mean, this is like back before you could download audiobooks. This is like you had to get them on, like, cassette tapes, or if you were really fancy, CDs. Audiobooks on CDs suck, by the way. Anyone offers you an audiobook on a CD, don't. Cassette tapes, like, between CDs and cassette tapes all the way. Sorry, I said I wouldn't go on a branch about audiobooks, but I would always, like, read the physical book and then a little while later get my hands on the audiobook, and then I'd, like, re-listen to it, and I'd pick up on all sorts of things I missed for the first read through. There were some books I could focus on, and I definitely did not read all of the assigned books in high school or college. But by the time I got to college, there were a lot of textbooks. I didn't know I had ADHD at the time, so I didn't know it was even possible to request things in audio as an accommodation. And honestly, knowing me, I probably would not have been interested enough to have listened to it and paid attention to it. Because I did try to listen to a couple of books for school and in high school. And I was just so bored by it, the Iliad specifically, that I would zone out after, like, a minute. And then I'd have to go back, and I'd spend, like, an hour listening to the same, like, 5-minute chunk or 10-minute chunk because I'd keep zoning out. So who knows if that would have actually been a help. I think the accommodation I could have used in college was a little bit of extra time for tests, because I was always one of the last people to finish, if not the last person to finish, unless it was a subject I was super, super, super interested in and had, like, managed to actually, like, study a ton and, like, but, like, did it just for fun. Like, I was a psych major, and so there was some stuff, some specific psych classes that, like, ooh, this is interesting, and I just went to, like, go find it out. But anyway, what I was going to say is that by the time I got to college, well, actually by my senior year of college, what I figured out is the way that studying worked best for me is actually not to read the textbooks, but to read the little key terms that were in the margins of most of my textbooks, and I would actually make flashcards of them. And if I didn't understand those key terms, then I would go back and read the applicable, section or paragraphs or whatever. But I found that by understanding those key terms, I didn't have to read the whole thing. And I guess by doing flashcards, because I could just do a couple and then put it down if I wanted, very friendly to like, sitting in a waiting room or something like that, that helped me so much. I should have figured it out. Well, not that I should have figured it out sooner. I wish I had figured it out sooner. Because there were some textbooks that were just so hard for me to get through. But I was going to say I usually tried, but no, I actually didn't usually try. I maybe tried about a half of the time. Manito's saying the surveys on the website, I'm assuming you mean Erin Condren website because that was the context, but you didn't say it in the comment, usually comment near Black Friday time. Good to know. Yeah. Another thing that I know Ackman, you're saying that Erin Condren isn't in spam because you check it every couple days, so you know it's not there. But if that is ever a problem, you can, if you have Gmail or sometimes other things, you could always like set up a rule or something like that to essentially say it's not spam. Or if you have Gmail and it like auto sorts into like primary and promotions and important. The funny thing is like the updates, which is supposed to be like the important stuff. For me, I don't get notifications on my phone for those. So if anything's like ever really super important, I have to send it to my inbox so I get a notification on my phone, which is, again, kind of funny. Let's see. Samantha, you can only do audio if you're physically active, podcasts or audiobooks, while doing mindless housework or relatively simple knit, crochet, or other art projects. I could see that. There are some audiobooks that are interesting enough to keep me entertained without doing something else, and there are some audiobooks that are complex enough that I cannot do something else unless it is really mindless, like you said, like, housework or something that I really don't have to think about. But I do a lot of playing puzzle games on my phone, like Flow or things like that, while listening to audiobooks. If I'm doing a puzzle, it has to be something that's like mildly challenging, like not super easy, but not hard enough that I have to put a lot of thought into it, and it can't be anything word related. And it has to be something not timed as well, so that if I want to stop for a minute to listen, I can. But that is just, everybody's brains work differently, especially people with ADHD. We're called neurodivergent because our brains don't work like the rest of the population. But there's a fair amount of variation just within the ADHD community, and that reminded me of one of the things that one of my college professors said. I was taking a developmental psychology class, so we were talking about how babies and kids' brains develop. And so she'd be like, oh, kids start being able to do this at this time or this at this time, and walk at this time or recognize themselves in a mirror at this age. But what she would say a lot is like, we can say it, but there's a wide range of normal. So, just because somebody isn't necessarily on target doesn't necessarily mean that they have developmental issues. It could just be that they're a little slower, on that, slower end of the spectrum, but still completely normal. So yeah. Manito zones out during audiobook. You need to have the book in front of you while listening to the audio to stay focused. Interesting. For me, I do have to be interested in the audiobook. And one of my favorite authors, Diana Wynne Jones, unfortunately, I've listened to almost all the audiobooks by her. It's very sad. There are so many books that just have not been done in audio or are not available legally in the US. And I do have anyway, I don't want to get in trouble. You can probably guess where I was. Okay. You can infer what you would like from that. Let me just say that. Her books, very often have a slow start at the beginning. And so even though she is my favorite author, has been for several years, I have to be in the right mood to start a new book by her, because I know that I have to commit at least a half an hour to an hour to get into the book. After that, I'm fine. I'm riveted. I can do anything. Not anything, but I can do other stuff while I'm listening. But I have to be in the right mindset and have enough attention to really focus on it and start. So we have to try for a VPN sponsorship. Oh my God. I use NordVPN, not sponsored. I pay for it. I actually think I have to renew my subscription coming up pretty soon. So very much not sponsored, but I've had pretty good luck with them. Yeah, I don't know. I will say that I would not take a sponsorship from just any VPN. I would want to make sure it's something that I really do like first. I'm sure most people, that are on YouTube have, they wouldn't promote something that they really don't believe in most cases. But yeah, with the VPN, like, especially because I've been using NordVPN for a few years, I'd want to make sure that if I was switching and like promoting something, that it was something I actually liked, because I really do like NordVPN. So yeah, check out NordVPN if you want a VPN, because they actually are legitimately good, and I've not been paid to say that. In fact, I in some ways pay them to say that. So yeah. Ackman, sometimes we read books fast since we have been waiting for it and want to finish it, so we're not taking time to comprehend what we're reading on the second read of the slower pace. Yes, for me, that definitely happened with reading Harry Potter. Part of it was I was trying to get through it fast, and part of it was that like I had decided I wasn't going to sleep until I finished it. So part of it was like I was excited, and part of it was like I don't want to go to sleep until I finish, so I want to finish quickly. It was also kind of like a bragging right thing. It's like, oh, I finished in so many hours, which is so funny because I'm like a slow reader, and as I said, I didn't comprehend it. But even with audiobooks, I often find that if it is complex, I don't want to say actually, I was going to say complex enough, but that's not the right term. Because overall, I probably don't listen to the most complex audiobooks. I'll go into that in just a minute. But if there is enough going on and the author has been clever enough to weave, foreshadowing or plot threads in such a way that I did not pick up on it, I will often want to go back now knowing the end of the story and pick up on all of that. Sometimes absolutely immediately, I will start listening to it again. So what I was going to say about the complex thing is that apparently people with ADHD are more likely to be interested in reading books, quote unquote, below their grade level. So for me, for example, there are definitely some books that I've read and I've enjoyed quite a bit that were geared towards adults, but a lot of the books that I end up reading are more for the like kid audience, I guess. Not like kid. I tend to like a lot of YA, but the problem is that I'm not a huge fantasy. I love fantasy. I'm not a huge romance book person, except in very, very specific cases. And so I, like with all of the like romance plots throughout a lot of the YA, there's some stuff that I'm just like, nope, I can't do this. This is like too much. Some of it's fine. Some of it's like, oh, I love it. And some of it's just like, nope, too much. I draw the line, or, sometimes the writing just isn't great. Or again, with audiobooks, sometimes the narrator isn't great and that ruins it too. So there are a lot of things that for me can ruin an audiobook, but that is an issue that or that is a thing. Like I always just thought like, oh yeah, like I like YA and like well-written kid stuff. Like Diana Wynne Jones primarily writes for kind of like an older child audience. Think a little bit more like a middle school audience. Definitely not YA. But, you know, it's kind of like the Harry Potter books, and that most of her stuff is complex enough that adults will like it too. And that's kind of the thing that I find myself gravitating to, because it isn't so complex, I guess, that my ADHD can't handle it. I don't know. It's just what I enjoy. So yeah. Benito, it depends on the plot, if the plot's interesting. So, I mean, granted, I listen to audiobooks, but let's just say that listening to an audiobook 2 to 3 times would be an audiobook for me that was good, not great. There are many an audiobook that I've loved so much that I've listened to so many times I've gotten bored of it. And it's like really annoying because I'm like, I love this so much that I'm sick of it. It's actually a problem because I have to listen to audiobooks while I go to sleep. Otherwise my brain goes crazy, like won't shut down. The audiobook has to be just entertaining enough to keep me interested without being so stimulating that I will stay up to hear the next thing. So it has to be something I've already listened to, even if it hasn't been for a while, but I've had the same rotation of stuff for a few years now because I haven't found that many things that I can really add to that rotation that are good enough, I guess. I need to start looking and finding more stuff. Yeah. Samantha, just audio didactic and way too into learning your own terms. I'm sure I'm just missing something. I love learning though. I will look like random stuff up on YouTube all the time. Like, oh, I want to learn about this or whatever. And yeah, I'll just go learn it okay. I will learn about it. I won't necessarily learn it, whatever it is. But I mean, I think a few weeks ago I talked about my cat fur genetic tangent on YouTube. I actually want to go back and look at that because with my current kittens, with the gray one, he doesn't have enough tabby markings to be considered a tabby, but he has like very light tabby markings. And so I need to go out and go back and figure out kind of how that works. Yeah. I agree that commute times are great times to listen to audiobooks, Ackman. Yes. Amazing times to listen to audiobooks, podcasts. I'm not as big of a podcast person. I don't know why. Like, logically speaking, if I love audiobooks, I should like podcasts. I don't know. It's not that they're short per se. They just don't keep me as entertained. And I like learning, but even informational podcasts just don't keep my attention that much. It's weird. I don't understand. Nanito's saying kids need to be asked what they are interested in. I hated 80% of the books we would read in English and history classes. When I got to choose which book to read and review, I excelled. I agree 100%. I was homeschooled for the most part from 1st through 7th grade. And then I went to a school, the same school, for 8th through 12th grade. I know usually in the US, high school is either 9th through 12th or 10th through 12th. My school was in the process of converting from a high school to a middle and high school. So I started there in 8th grade. So one of the big things that my mom did with me, because she was the one who was teaching me primarily, is subscribed to the unschooling philosophy. And that is that kids, obviously there is going to be some variation, but in general, kids like learning. But you have to teach them, you have to go with their own interests to take advantage of that. And when kids are constantly forced to learn things they don't like, that's when they often start to stop wanting to learn. So my mom did some like math with me, like there's some stuff you kind of have to do in order to have the building blocks to do other stuff. But for the most part, she tried to go with me. So for instance, when I was in 2nd grade, for some weird reason, I was obsessed with the Oregon Trail. I love the video game, and I live in Oregon, so they like did a lot of stuff in the Oregon Trail. So my mom went with it, and I at one point said I would like to do a report on the Oregon Trail. I'm sure it was absolutely terrible, but it was literally a like, you know, I have dinner with the family, and then like after dinner, I'm gonna go work on my Oregon Trail report now. And I was just so excited. So you can definitely kind of steer towards those interests that kids have, and sometimes even find those interests that kids have and kind of build the other things into it. My mom didn't do as much of that, but you know, if you find something that a kid likes, sometimes you can like incorporate math into it in some way, or incorporate science into it in some way. My mom had me watch a lot of Discovery Channel documentaries, and I remember there was one about archaeologists in ancient Egypt and Nefertiti. And I kind of want to go back and watch it because not only was it interesting, but I'd also like to see how it kind of compares to modern documentaries, just see how much it's changed. I'm sure there's like different styles and stuff like that. And so I was very interested in that. And so, you know, more than a lot of the other ones. So we would kind of then, you know, we did a little bit more with that. And so she kind of went with our interests. There are also a lot of educational kid shows out there that are like that are meant to be entertaining, but also educational. Like Magic School Bus is the classic one. We were big PBS kids. So Magic School Bus, yeah, we watched Magic School Bus all the time. My mom like recorded them on tapes for us. I think I've also mentioned this. This was when I was in high school, but my sister, who is 8 years younger than me, watched a show called 𝗪𝘁𝗧, and it was kind of math-based. So the kids, like, they'd have adventures, and they had to solve different math puzzles to do things. And a lot of it was actually quite algebra-based. And so you take this show that's geared towards, like, 5, 6, 7-year-old kids, I don't know, 8, like somewhere in that age, and you're teaching them algebra concepts at that age. Like, that's craziness. What you can do when you like engage kids and what they're capable of. But when you just try to make them learn everything by rote, you are limiting them so much. Like people are limited to what they can effectively like make their brains do and focus and concentrate on. And you know, that, as I said, is just kind of one of like my examples of like craziness of what people and kids specifically can manage to comprehend and grasp when you go with those things that they're actually interested in. Whew. Long thing. Okay. I'm not doing anything with the screen share, so I'm going to switch back to my beautiful face. So yay. Oh, I just realized that my border is not here. Sorry about that. Give me a sec and I will bring it back. Probably wasn't here at the beginning either. I think that's it. Maybe? There we go. Okay, cool. So fun story, guys. Random, and then I'll continue to go down the comments. The layout that I have for my streams is supposed to be animated. And I'm going to raise my chair up a little bit. I lowered it so that the framing would work nicely for the screen share, but I don't like being so low for this one. Then I can't like lean down and still be in frame. So I thought the animation was cool when I bought it. And then I tried to put it in software, and literally the animation was making me motion sick. Yep, I was made motion sick by my own stream. So I had to figure out how to make it not animated at that point. Took me a long time. I was this close to contacting the creator and asking her to just make still image versions of everything. And then finally, I figured out there was a really simple way to do it. And I was like, oh, now I figured it out, and I'm good. Yeah. Ackman, with the HP books, there is so much you have to pay attention to, so rarely to get. There's so much you have to pay attention to, so rarely to get. To get all of what's in the books. Yes, definitely. And I personally suck at picking up the clues and foreshadowing that is going on. At the time that it's presented, I usually just think of it as like background. And I'm not sure if it's that it's done cleverly or it's just my brain does not pick up on it. So I don't, like, to me, a lot of times it's like a little bit of a surprise, but I'm like, oh, maybe there's that thing. And then when I go back, I'm like, oh my God, this was like so woven in there. Dana Wynne Jones, as I said, one of my favorite authors, is amazing at that. And when I was younger and first started listening to her books, I mean, granted that was in high school and they're meant for like middle school, maybe even younger, I don't know, probably more middle school. But anyway, I was like, her books, like a lot of times, like they were very interesting, and at the end, like, oh, someone comes and like solves everything at the end. And then when I got older, I realized that it actually wasn't so out of the blue, because all of the hints were there. They were just subtle and woven in a way that you didn't see it beforehand. And so yeah, it was crazy. Maybe anyway, I think it's brilliant. One of her audiobooks that doesn't necessarily get talked about as much as some of the others is A Tale of Time City. And it is, I mean, a lot of them are masterful, but I think that one is so cool. If anybody is interested in that one, I mean, it's a book and an audiobook, obviously. It's not just an audiobook. But yeah, that one was done so masterfully, and so many of the others were done very masterfully too. There's so many, like Harry Potter. Harry Potter, unfortunately, is another one of those ones that I've listened to so many times that I'm bored of it. So it's like, yes, I'm a Harry Potter fan. No, I have absolutely no interest in going and rereading the books. So, yeah. Samantha, you were interested in many of the school books, especially in the AP courses, but you wouldn't read them. So frustrating. You think it's just demand avoidance. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I was often quite interested in my school classes. And I mean, I don't know if I've talked about this specifically, but because I generally am the type of person that is a fairly auditory learner, which often works well in school, and I often pick up on concepts fairly quickly, it counteracted my ADHD quite a bit. And there were several situations where I could still do well in class without doing the homework, because the homework was hard for me with the ADHD. Like, it was a focus thing, not a skills thing, but I was still able to do well in the class because I was able to make up for it in that sense. And it started getting harder and harder. I'm talking like freshman high school, like 9th, 10th, 11th grade. By 12th grade of high school, it got significantly harder. And then in college, things got hard enough that a lot of times I couldn't compensate anymore. But there was one class in high school that the teacher, it was a math class, and he's like, yeah, I don't really do graded homework very often. He told us when the homework was going to be graded and when we get points for it. But he would say, like, look, you're not going to have an easy time passing the tests if you don't do the homework. That is one of the very few classes where I think I did every single homework assignment. No joke. Craziness. But I think part of it, he is an excellent teacher. He was, I don't know. When I was teaching, I really enjoyed that class from him. I took an algebra class from him where half of the curriculum was out of the kids show 𝗫𝗏𝗫𝐴 on PBS that I was telling you guys about. And I did not like him as a teacher then, but for pre-calc, I loved him. And yeah. I was definitely the kid that was like interested and would like take a lot of notes. And then in hindsight, well, in college, I knew I had to take the notes to pay attention in class. And I knew I had to pay attention in class in order to get the concepts I needed to, at least in college, partially make up for not being able to focus and concentrate through all the homework. In hindsight, I know that that was my ADHD. that was my way of keeping myself engaged, so that I wouldn't get bored. And usually if I was, you know, once I got bored in a class, it was very hard to come back. 𝗏𝗏𝘁, your Camry hybrid has a thumb drive port. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I drive a 2001 Toyota Camry that, like, doesn't have anything. So to me, it's like, ooh, new car. I mean, honestly, a car from like 2010 would be like impressive technology for me and what I'm used to on a daily basis. But you know what? It might not be pretty, but my 2001 Toyota Camry still runs incredibly well, and cars are expensive, so I don't want to get a new one. I have thought a few times at putting in a new sound system, but mostly I just put one earbud in my ear and listen to my phone. Or sometimes I don't even put earbuds in my ear. So yeah. Samantha's saying, I didn't realize cars could actually access files like that. I thought it was primarily for charging and connecting phones with Bluetooth. Good to know. Yes, so they have a ton of different, you know, technologies like that. I even had a CD player once that could read like data CDs. And so I was able to get several albums on one CD because it was writing it as like a data backup file CD versus a music CD. That was very cool. Yeah, so cars basically have computers in them. So all you have to do is program the computer to read certain file types. It's not too hard. I don't know if that's something that's standard on cars, because again, don't have one, or I don't have a new car. I do have a car. Not that you have to have a car, but I do. The funny thing about me having such an old car is that I worked for an auto finance company for, it was either 3 or 4 years. I forget how many years. And not only was it not Toyota, because that's the car I drive, but I had such an old car. They did have a pretty sweet employee lease program if you needed a car or were going to have a lease anyway, but I just couldn't justify the expense when I had a car that worked perfectly well. And even if, like, you know, like the issues I was having, like I had a battery that went dead. That's going to happen after a while with any car. And then, as I said, there were like some stereo issues, but that was more of an entertainment thing versus an actual issue with the car. So the thing that made it pretty cool, though, I will say, is that because it counted as a company car and the company had like a group insurance, not only did you get a pretty good deal on the lease, comparatively speaking, but insurance was included. So you didn't have to pay your insurance separately, which was very cool. And again, had I not had my own car, it would have been an excellent deal. But I already had a car that I was not making payments on, and I couldn't justify making car payments with what I was making and the fact that I didn't need a new car. So anyway, but it was so, occasionally they would let us like drive the cars around, like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. We'd have like an afternoon where they'd bring in some new cars and we get to drive them. And it was like, you know, I'm looking at like, ooh, a backup camera and like all this stuff that is honestly kind of standard on new cars. But because I drive a 2001, it's stuff I don't have. And I was just so easily impressed. I will say though, having worked in auto finance, there are very few situations where a lease is the financially responsible thing to do. And if anybody is looking to get a new car and you're looking into finance options and you want advice, let me know. At this point in time, would be happy to help you. I don't want to get inundated with requests, but currently there are 6 people watching. I don't get too many views on my videos, which is usually, you know, usually I'd be like, oh, I want more views on my videos. But for something like this where I'm offering like, here are the traps not to fall into, talking individually to people, like that's completely doable. So yeah, if that's something anybody ever wants to hear, I mean, I could even do a stream on it. I know it's not planner related, but if you guys want to know, that's something I could do. 𝗏𝗏𝘁, just because kids are exposed to stuff like algebra in a TV show does not mean they will learn it. Okay, that is a good point. What I will say is that the algebra curriculum that they were doing in the class that I was taking was like a new alternative approach where it was like a lot of word problems and things like that based on algebra concepts. And so the word problems were right out of that TV show. So I was usually about 3 or 4 days ahead of the rest of the class because I already knew all about that. And I could then relate the algebra concept directly back to that. And I could learn what it took everybody else like a week to learn in, I don't know, 20 minutes, not less. Maybe that part of that's just me. You're right. It's not the whole curriculum, but seriously, there are so many days where I was like, this is so stupid. Literally what we're doing was in this kid's TV show. Literally. So, oh, Manito, I'm glad you love hearing my stories. I apparently have a lot of them, and I enjoy talking. So, yay, I'm glad you enjoy listening. Samantha is saying just downloaded them into Google Podcasts and then Bluetooth them, but it's great to know about the feature. Oh, we're talking about the car stuff. Great. Relatively modern Toyota, so it should work. Yeah, I'm guessing it will. I can't say, but I'm guessing it will. And the cool thing about that, you know, as you're talking about 𝗚𝗏𝘁, you can put these things on external drives, and you can either keep the external drive in the car, though I don't know what heat does to external drives, so maybe look into that if you live in a warm place or in the summer, you know. I know 𝗚𝗏𝘁 lives in a warm place. I don't know about you. But you could like also keep it on your key ring, or if you have a bag that you carry around with you all the time, you could keep it in there and just like pop it out or something. So yeah, it makes it very easy. I usually just keep my audiobooks on my phone. Again, I don't have a car that can read thumb drives, but I will say I'm running out of space on my phone. Not all because of the audiobooks, doesn't help. I think most of the issue, I don't know what the issue is currently. I'll have to look. Oh, Samantha, I'm so sorry to hear that you got rear-ended and your Prius was totaled. Priuses are really pretty. I've only ridden in one a couple times, but yeah, when I buy my next car, I'm not sure if it's going to necessarily be a Prius, but I do want to try to get a hybrid. But I also have not done research on cars lately. I don't even know if it's hard to figure out what car company I've worked for, but I feel weird saying it. Let's just say that I like the fact that Toyota cars usually last a long time, at least my Camry has. I will probably do a lot of research on like consumer reports and things like that to see what the best options are. But I probably will not get a car made by the manufacturer whose auto finance company I work for, not necessarily because they're bad cars, but more because they have a seat design that hurts my back, which is really weird. But yeah, I'll probably, if I had to like choose right off the bat what car company to look at, it would probably be just Toyota because my Camry's treated me so well for this many years. 𝗚𝗏𝘁, very good point. You can do the cassette player adapters if you still have one of those. My cassette player in my car is like broken. So I had cassette player adapters for a long time. My car doesn't like them anymore. I was gonna get a CD player adapter because they make those too, but then my CD thing broke. Hence why I've been thinking about maybe not getting a new sound system, but like getting a new, you know, because the radio works fine. So I know it's something with the way these things are being read, but probably what I'll end up doing if I want to get something to have the sound go through the speakers again will just be to get a radio adapter. So essentially it will, you tune it to a certain channel, radio channel that isn't in use in your area, and then you plug your device, your phone typically, into it, and then on a very small scale it broadcasts on that radio signal, so you can get, you know, stuff from your phone or whatever through the radio. So that's probably what I'll get at some point, but I usually don't have passengers, so it's not a big deal to just put an earbud in. Usually the passenger I have most often is my mom's dog, Kiki, and honestly, I don't think she really cares. Samantha has a 2019 now, and you were so annoyed when you realized they didn't have a CD player. That's one thing it's going to take me a little bit of time to get used to, like when I am looking for new cars, is I know logically having CD players and cassette players aren't standard anymore. And I don't actually have a lot of CDs or cassettes I'd want to play in the car, but those situations when I do, it's going to take me a little bit of time to get used to it. Luckily, I get almost all of my stuff on my phone now, so it should not come up very often, hopefully. I guess music from a phone doesn't have the same feeling as picking out a CD and inserting it, but I don't know. It's not the same feeling. I don't personally have a problem with it. If anything, okay, so typically when I would have CDs in my car, I would get sick of the CD I had in my car, but for one reason or another just didn't change it for a long time. So the fact that I have like my whole music library and audiobook library and theoretically podcasts, even though I don't really listen to them on my phone. Okay. What are you doing, Coco? That is my bubble tea. Anyway, I like having it all there with me and being able to choose what I listen to. You had a math teacher, Ahmed, that said narrative exercises instead of word problems. Huh. Oh, and you keep your thumb drive plugged into a USB extension cable. You only plug it in when you need to charge the stuff on it. See, my car sold. I don't even have like a built-in USB thing. I have to use a cigarette adapter. Not that it's a big deal, like knock on wood, those things last a long time and they're not super expensive, so I don't mind doing that. You went from a Camry to a Camry hybrid. They're both almost the same car in style, just the hybrid battery in the back seat and the helper battery in the trunk instead of the front. Your Prius had over 350,000 miles. Wow. You're still well known for lasting a long time. You're buying in November, December 2020, so all the selection was weak, no used Priuses at all. Yes. If you are buying a car, I mean, this is probably common knowledge, or, I mean, who knows, it might not be. But it's better to shop at the end of the month and specifically the end of the year, even if at the end of the year, the selection might not be as good. A lot of times they're trying to meet quotas. Same with the end of the quarter. If you can get them at a time when they're trying to meet a quota, you can negotiate better. Also, the whole thing of like, oh, cash is king when buying a car is no longer a thing. So if you're not planning on financing, do not tell the salesperson up front, because salesmen and dealerships in general get kickbacks from finance companies. So you're better off like negotiating the price and then discussing financing. I haven't done this myself, but I did see a video on YouTube, like search it if you ever need to do that specifically. Or if you are financing somewhere else, like a bank or credit union or something like that. I believe the way he recommended doing it is essentially saying like, oh, you know, I'll negotiate the price and look at financing options later. So that, because a lot of car dealerships, apart from getting that kickback, will also try to add extras into it. So when they're talking about prices, they'll talk about like, oh, you can get it for, you know, X amount a month, you know, oh, and it's only $10 more a month to get this add-on, when over 3 years, that's going to add on to that's going to be quite a bit. And if it's something you don't actually need, it might not be worth it. So yeah. Ackman's saying one thing about a CD player is that they only hold so much. Yeah, exactly. I never really had rewritable CDs, but at least back in the day, I mean, CDs were relatively cheap. We still have some writable CDs floating around, I think. I say we because you know, my mom's place ended up with a bunch, or my mom ended up with a bunch of the kids' stuff. So sometimes she's like, oh, I have this thing. Is this yours? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's mine. So after a while, I wised up and I had a little thing of CDs in my car. And I probably didn't have many, like between 5 and 10. Not many. But I oftentimes I'd listen to those so many times. So like making myself a new mix CD to put in the car was like super exciting. And I also didn't change the CD out very much. I usually kept the same one in the CD player for like a couple months and then changed it out when I got really sick of it. Ooh, 2% interest on your current car. That's awesome. Yes. And payments were automatically taken out of your paycheck. Nice. That's how the lease program where I used to work worked. Yeah, that is very, very handy. It has not happened often, but occasionally I did see the rare contract where somebody had 0% interest or a lease with what was it called? Finance charge, I think is what they called it for a lease. Leases don't, at least where I worked, didn't technically have interest. Even though it's often referred to as interest, it's a set finance charge. It is usually based on the same factors that would get you, that would determine what kind of interest rates you apply for. So typically your credit score. But it's not interest in the same sense that if you pay it off early, again, at least at the auto finance company where I worked, it's not like interest or if you pay it off early, you would get to save money on it. It was just a set amount. And whether you pay it all today or you pay it every month, you're going to pay the same amount of finance charge. But as I said, often from a financial standpoint, leases are often a bad idea unless you're in a very specific situation. Whenever possible, it's better to buy. I will also say that oftentimes it's better to buy used. We didn't finance too many used cars, but yeah, there were a lot of situations where the car went down in value very steeply, very fast when they're new. So, yeah. When your mother's used car came with someone's Frozen soundtrack in the CD player, I bet their kid was so mad that they lost it. Samantha, you ended up taking a higher loan than originally intended because the rate was so low and you knew inflation would explode soon. That is a very good point. You almost always buy big items in cash, but in this case it was obvious. Apparently a lot of people that are quite wealthy will take out loans for things even if they physically have the money to buy it because they are paying a lower interest rate than the interest that they're getting by having that money in some sort of investment. So I wish I had the kind of money that I could do something like that, but alas, I do not. Someday maybe, but not today. I just thought that was so cool though. And in a lot of ways, that was kind of what you were doing, like knowing that with inflation, it wasn't quite the same thing, but like looking ahead and being like, okay, well, it might not on paper instantly look like the best thing. In the long term, you are going to save money because of it. Very cool. Another thing that I will say about auto finance, I should probably do a whole stream at some point on this, even though it's not planner related, but just so like the title can be it. And, you know, it won't be like next week or anything because we're just having this conversation now. But, you know, in the future at some point, just to kind of share some of my knowledge and answer questions that do come up. For people that are maybe actually looking for that, maybe searching on YouTube or something. But I did run into quite a few customers who financed because the dealership was willing to give them a discount for financing because, again, the dealership gets a kickback from the finance company. The customer intended to immediately pay off the loan, but sometimes it would take a little while for the loan to get set up in the finance company system. And if there was no loan in the system, there was no way for us to take a payoff for them to pay off the car entirely. So if that's ever something that you are in a position to do and are trying to do, keep that in mind and be prepared that you might have to, keep that loan for, in some cases it was a month. If we got really backed up, sometimes it was like 2 months. Like there's a little bit of a delay sometimes with things like that. Hey, that is a cord that plugs in my thing, and I don't want you to unplug it, Coco. Okay, good point, Ackman. New cars do have new car warranties. It depends on the new car, though, I will say. Some warranties are not nearly as good as others. I don't know too much about that side of things because, again, I worked in auto finance, and for the company that I worked for, if the customer had any issues with the car itself, we either had to refer them to the dealership or to like the corporate manufacturing end. Ooh, I think things might have frozen. But yeah, my point is, look at what the warranty is, because these days they're not all they're cracked up to be. Sometimes it's like a 1-year warranty instead of like a 4 or 5-year warranty. Sometimes they're not great these days. So yeah, just look and see what it is. My stream is bad. I hope you guys can at least hear me fluently. If this doesn't go away soon, I might have to go. I mean, we're almost 2.5 hours into the stream anyway. This is longer than I usually stream, so I might have stopped soon regardless. So yeah. Samantha, currently a lot of used cars are about the same price as new. A good friend just bought a new car because it was literally the same price as a 2018 to 2021 model. Yes. So, and a lot of that is dealer markups that will happen. Okay, so I wasn't intending to get into the weeds of exactly how leases worked today, but I kind of have to a little bit in order to tell this particular story. Again, I can only speak to exactly how things worked for the company that I worked for. But my understanding is leases don't work drastically different through other leasing companies. So the way the leasing company I worked for, it sounds weird to say that because I didn't own them. I didn't lease a car through them, but I did work there. Anyway, so what they did when they put together your lease payment is they estimated how much the car was going to be worth at the end of the lease. That number was the residual value. And then your lease payments were made up of how much the car was expected to depreciate between when you got the car new and the end of the lease, plus that finance charge that I talked about. Kind of like interest, except it was a set amount. It wasn't accruing over time. And then you divide that by the number of months in the contract. That's how you get your monthly payments. If there were any add-ons or anything like that, that would be factored in too. But that's the basics of how that was sorted out. Now, if somebody at the end of their lease, instead of wanting to turn in the car, wanting to purchase the car, there were a couple of different options, and there were slightly different options depending on the states that you were in. And in some states, we were not able to convert it from a lease to a loan in-house. In some states, they could finance it with someone else, like a bank or a credit union, and we could take a payoff check, or they could pay it off all in one lump sum, but we couldn't finance it. In some states, they had to go through a dealership. In some states, we could roll the lease into a loan. The issues typically came into play when the customer went to a dealership, because when the customer, okay, Samantha, I'm seeing there, sorry to to break up here, or to interrupt myself. I froze for a bit. Now it's a bit laggy, but the sound has been fine. Okay. Since I'm mostly just telling stories, I'm mostly worried about the sound, so I'm just going to keep going. Thank you for giving me the update. Okay, so this customer went to the dealership to convert her lease into a loan. So on the back end, the way that happens when you go through a dealership is the dealership contacts the finance company, requests the payoff amount for how much does the dealership need to buy the car from the finance company. Dealership buys the car from the finance company, and then they sell the car back to the customer. So the customer's driving the car the whole time, but with the lease, the finance company owns it, and the customer is renting it. Think like apartment or house lease, same kind of thing, except typically you can't extend it another year like you often can for like house leases and stuff like that. And so so leasing company owns the car during the lease term. Customer is renting it or leasing it from the leasing company. Customer wants to buy the car and goes to the dealership for that transaction, either because they have to or they want to or whatever reason. Dealership reaches out to the finance company, gets the payoff quote that it's usually the residual value, but sometimes there's other things built into it. Sometimes there's taxes, processing fees, things like that. But it's primarily based off of that residual value, which, by the way, is in the lease agreement. So customer has access to that. They just don't necessarily have access to the payoff amount. And payoff amounts, if a customer was to send the finance company a check directly, or if it's a dealership, can be different. Again, that's usually based on taxes. Sorry, I'm trying to break this up as much as possible, and it's been a few years since I've explained this to anybody, so I'm trying to do it as simply as possible, but I'm out of practice. I used to explain this to people multiple times a day, how these things worked. So anyway, dealership gets that payoff, buys it from the leasing company, and then sells it back to the customer. Sorry, I went through that like whole thing many times. But at that point in time, that car is effectively a car on the dealer's lot that they are selling to the customer. The fact that they had, like, it's sold to the customer once the dealer owns it as if it was any other car. So the dealership, once they have that payoff number, can negotiate it whatever way they want. And so in this case, what happened was the car new was around $17,000, I remember, if I remember correctly. And then the residual was around $10,000. So customer went to the dealer, said, I want to buy my car. Dealership came to us, got the payoff amount for $10,000, sent it in, and then negotiated with the customer for them to buy back the car. But the dealership, you know, they often mark things up a little bit, obviously, to make some sort of money. That's how you run a business, is you sell stuff at, you know, a little bit higher than it costs you, so you can end up with profit. That makes sense. But different dealerships will do that a little bit differently. Some dealerships will be like, yeah, it's a $50 processing fee, and like they'll make minimal money on it. Some dealerships will do other things. So this particular dealership, I don't know what okay, hey, that's my phone cable. That's not a toy Coco. I don't know what the reasoning behind it was, because at this point I didn't have access to the paperwork that was at the dealership, and I did not have the ability to really do anything for the customer. I was honestly there a lot to just kind of listen to her and like commiserate in a lot of ways, and then like break it to her gently that I couldn't help her. But the dealership then added almost $7,000 in fees onto it. And, you know, I've seen dealerships sell the cars back to customers, these leased cars, for, you know, $500, $1,000 more. Sometimes there's an extended warranty or something else that they're putting on it. So, I mean, sometimes those things are legitimately things that are added on. Sometimes those are fees on their end. But this dealership effectively made the customer purchase the car at the end of the lease for the same amount that they would have purchased it for new. Obviously, that's an extreme example. I've seen some dealerships, as I said, that have made very minor profits on these sorts of deals. I've seen, that's probably the worst one where the customer's gotten screwed over. But again, as I said, that payoff number was in the lease agreement. So yeah, that was bad. The other thing that makes leases oftentimes not a very good deal for a consumer is that, as I said, oh, Samantha, you have to go to bed. Have a good night. I agree, Ackman. Leasing, there are very limited situations where I can see why people would want to lease a car. I will say that, but they are very, very limited. In my personal opinion, having worked in a leasing company for several years. And we did leases and loans, by the way, so like it wasn't just leases that I handled. When I was probably like my last 6 months there, I actually did a lot of converting leases to loans. So technically I worked with both. We did also have a lot of leases because for that particular make of car, if you wanted to lease through one of our dealerships, or if you were going to the dealership and wanted to lease, you had to go through us. Whereas if you were buying, you had options to go through other lenders. Anyway. Okay, so I mentioned that when you lease a car, your monthly payments are primarily determined by how much the vehicle is expected to depreciate during the lease term, which is usually around 3 years in my experience. So let's just say it's 3 years. So approximately how much is the car going to be worth 3 years into the lease? Now, it's an estimate, so it's not always correct. And I have definitely seen customers save, $3,000 by leasing a car, and then car was worth less at the end of the lease than what we had estimated it would be worth. And so it was worth more at the end of the lease. It depreciated slower. And the way the residual value worked is like if a customer wanted to buy the car, they effectively had to pay the residual value plus applicable taxes and fees if they were going directly through us, which, as I said, was not always possible. But if they were going directly through us, that's effectively how it worked. And when I say taxes and fees, I mostly mean sales tax and like fees at the DMV or to like re-register the car, things like that. So, I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain this without getting too detailed, but I'm realizing that I have to add things in it at specific times so you have the background. Okay, so I also have to stop saying so all the time. Getting back into trying to speak better on streams. I keep wanting to start with so. Or okay, when I say, okay, I'm not going to say so. Okay. When you purchase a vehicle, I'm assuming this is true throughout the entire world, but let's just say United States because that's the area I worked in. Cars depreciate or lose value basically as soon as you drive them off the lot. Like literally, you can buy a car, drive it off the lot, and then try to sell it back to the dealership the next day. Or let's say you go to another dealership. The car is going to be worth significantly less than when you purchased it. Now, how significant is this? Who knows? But basically, the newer the car is, the faster it's going to go down in value. With a lease, the newer it is, the faster it's going to go down in value. And your monthly payment is based on how much it's going to go down in value for or how much it's expected to go down in value for the entire term that you're driving the vehicle. So approximately 3 years, we're going to say 3 years. But your lease payment is going to stay the same every month, which means it's averaged out, which means there's a portion at the beginning of the lease where the car is going down in value faster than you are making payments against it. If that makes sense. This is also the same reason why people often end up upside down in car loans. it's the same exact thing. That people end up upside down in car loans because, again, the car depreciates faster the newer it is. If you want to sell the vehicle before you've paid off the car, the newer it is, the more likely it is that you have paid less in your monthly payments than the car is worth on today's market. The other thing with loans to keep in mind is that you also have interest, which accrues at your interest rate or APR based on the, hi Abigail, we're talking about auto finance. Very much not the title of the stream. Sorry about that. Yeah, we talked about planners at the beginning, and then I used to work in auto finance. So now we're talking about auto finance, and I got into a lovely leasing versus loan tangent. But people seem to be enjoying it. They're not leaving. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. Woo. With car loans, you have interest, and it accrues at a specific interest rate based on the amount that you still have left to pay. So this is one of those situations where so was appropriate because it is more of a therefore. I also did a thing, Abigail, at the beginning where I was saying I say so too much. Okay, so anyway, those effectively words that I try not to say so I end up inserting other words. With a car loan, your monthly payment is going to be the same thing every month, and it includes both the principal balance of the loan, aka the amount that you took out, plus the interest. But because at the beginning of the loan, you have more to pay off, when that interest accrues, typically in most cases it's going to accrue daily, at 1% or 2% or whatever it is. Sometimes I've seen them go up higher. It fluctuates, and it also is based on your credit. So the higher your principal balance that you still have to pay, the amount that is outstanding, the more money is going to accrue as interest. Again, at least the company that I worked at, but I have no reason to believe this does not happen with other finance companies. I just can't speak to any of them. When you make a payment on a car loan, first, the money that you pay of your monthly payment, say your monthly payment is, I'm pulling a random number out of my butt, $400. No idea if that is realistic these days. Again, never had a car loan. I bought my car for my parents. They gave me a discount one year as a Christmas present. Remember we talked a while ago about how they bought me half a laptop a couple times? Yeah, they gave me a discount on buying a car as a Christmas present from them once. Same sort of thing. Anyway, so when you make a payment, it's going to go first to the interest and then to the principal balance of the loan. So at the beginning of your loan, let's say in 1 month, $100 has accrued for interest. I have no idea how the math would work out. Again, I'm just throwing random numbers out there. So you make your $400 payment. For $100, that's the accrued interest that's accrued since you made your last payment, goes towards the interest, and then the rest of it, $300, goes off to pay the principal balance of the loan. And then interest starts accruing on that new lower principal balance. Now, when you're at the end of your car loan, and you only have a few $1,000s, maybe $4,000 to pay back. Again, I'm throwing random numbers out here, so this is not going to make sense mathematically. But let's say you're relatively close to the end of your car loan. Instead of $100 accruing in interest over a month, maybe only $15 accrues in interest over a month. So you make the same $400 payment, and instead of $300 going to the principal balance, $385 goes toward the principal balance. And sometimes I see this even more extreme, where half of the payment goes towards interest at the beginning of the loan. So effectively, the more you pay off, the faster you pay it off because you are paying less interest. So that's how people end up being upside down in car loans, because the car depreciates faster, but you're making the same payments every month, and the newer the car is, the less is going towards that principal balance, which means the more you still have to pay back. I hope that all makes sense. So with the lease, so that's how a loan works. And then at the end, you own the car. You get your title. If you didn't already had it, varies in different states, and you're all good. With the lease, you don't own the car. You typically have to pay any applicable title and registration fees in your local jurisdiction. Usually that's not too much. I can only speak to my local jurisdiction now because that's not something I directly handled. So with your lease, you're paying a set finance charge. So if you make payments early, you're not going to get any sort of a discount, at least at the leasing company I worked at. And your monthly payments are based on what the car is expected to be worth at the end of the lease, and how much you can purchase the car for is built into your contract, plus any applicable sales taxes, other fees, and then you'll have to pay your DMV or local title or registration agency retitling and re-registration costs, because when you lease a car, the leasing company owns the car, and when you're transferring a lease into a loan and purchasing the leased car after the loan, you have to re-register. So you have to pay all of that again. Oftentimes that's not built into the loan when you go from a lease to a loan, by the way. So that's separate. I'm just talking about overall. Now, as I said, if you lease a car and then you convert it to a loan, as long as you don't get screwed over by a dealership and they add like several $1,000s in to everything, you can usually come out okay. And in fact, if you're planning on buying a car, but your credit is not good enough to finance said whole car, and for some reason you cannot get a cheaper car, going from a lease and then at the end of the lease transferring it into a loan, assuming you qualify, can be a good way to get around that. Where leasing ends up being really not a good idea is if you're turning in your vehicle at the end of the lease. And a lot of people at the end of their lease, they'll just go ahead and lease another car. So they're effectively paying that faster depreciation at the beginning of each car's lifespan, and they're never getting that bit at the end of the lifespan of the payments where the car is depreciating less per month. So they're taking the hit for that faster depreciation. On top of that, with the car loan, you own the car. If you want to sell the car at the end, you might have to pay the company, your finance company, you might have to pay off the loan, but you can sell the car for whatever you want, and all of that is not necessarily going to have any impact on your loan. With a leased vehicle, I mentioned that the lease, I think that thing I just said about loans was actually irrelevant. I am getting tired. It's at about 43 after, it's 6:43 my time, probably at about 7 at the latest I'm gonna go, because I can tell that even though I am doing way better than I usually do this far into a stream, I am not quite as on it as I typically like to be. I will work up my stamina so I can do longer streams. I'm just not quite there yet. The fact that I'm over 2 hours and I'm still mostly going strong is amazing for me. Anyway, with the lease, one of the factors that goes into how much the car is expected to be worth at the end of the lease is how much you drive and how many miles you put on the leased vehicle. So typically the lease includes a certain amount of miles. And if you turn in the car at the end of said lease and it has more than the allotted amount of miles on it, then you have to pay over mileage fees, because effectively the car is worth less or in less good condition than it was expected to be at the end of the lease based on the original lease terms. Sometimes you can get a deal or a discount on purchasing additional miles before the end of your lease, but a lot of people don't realize that. The other thing is that when you turn in a lease at the end, if the car has what's called excess wear and tear on it, you can also get charged for repairs. So typically there's going to be a guideline to what is considered excess wear and tear. So for instance, I'm forgetting the exact, I think like if there was a like a scratch or a dent in the car that couldn't just be buffed out, that was like maybe bigger than a quarter or a quarter of an inch, I forget the exact thing, then the customer was charged. And there was typically a specific amount. If the, I think if the tires needed to be replaced, they were charged a certain amount. And it was usually more than they could expect to pay if they just went and got their own tires ahead of time. There are different things like that. So not only are you paying monthly payments based on that faster depreciation of the car, but if you drive it more or it is not necessarily in quote unquote as good of condition as it was expected to be at turn-in, you're also paying that extra amount. They have protection plans, typically they're called, that you can buy to cover you in those cases, but that's obviously going to cost extra as well. And as I said, a lot of these people get lease after lease after lease. So not only do you have the faster depreciation, but you have any additional mileage, excess wear and tear, etc. for car after car after car. And then sometimes when people buy the car, they have a 15, 20, or they lease the car. Sorry, they have a 15 or 20 minute commute, but 2 years into the lease, now they suddenly have an hour or an hour and a half commute, or they have a job where they drive a lot. And so they're going to put significant extra miles on that car that they didn't anticipate at the beginning of the lease, even though they had done all of their planning and their calculations that they thought they needed to do. So there are all these things that kind of go into it. Ackman's saying they will always find a way to charge the customer. They will put as much as they can on you. I will say that at the finance company that I worked at, it was not required, but highly recommended that at the end of the lease term, that people or the customer would schedule an inspection. They didn't have to pay for that, but they did have to schedule it to have someone out inspect the car. And that inspector, it was a third party, but obviously my company was paying them. So, you know, take that for what you think it was. But the idea was that the inspector comes in ahead of time and inspects the car, makes note of any damage, takes pictures, etc. And then any charges are based on that. At that point in time, if the customer will get a bill, or will get a statement. It's not a bill technically at that time, but they'll get a report of what the damage was and what it's going to cost them. So in theory, they could go fix it at their own cost. And a lot of people did and got a financial break by doing so, but a lot of people didn't want to worry about it, especially because it's usually like 2 weeks before the car is being turned in, and there's a lot going on. Gotta take a drink. So then you got a lot of people that are complaining about, oh, well, I didn't have time to go get it repaired or whatever. Or you have people that missed the thing that went out in the mail saying, hey, you should schedule an inspection. And they're like, well, I didn't know about that, so therefore I didn't know what all the issues were before it was turned in. Now, if a car, at least again at the company I was working on, if the car was over mileage or had any excess wear and tear, that did not affect the purchase price for the customer as long as they were going directly through us. If they were going through a dealership, that was a completely different story, because again, dealerships will do anything to charge you if they can. I've heard some really shady things that dealerships have done, and all sorts of things. But a lot of people would lease a car thinking they're going to lease another car afterwards, and then they find out that they owe almost as much in over mileage and excess wear and tear as it would cost to just buy the car outright and then sell it at that point. So, basically leasing a car, lease after lease after lease, you're going to be paying significantly more. And then if you buy a car, make all your payments and then sell it. Now, I mentioned that leasing can be a good option in very limited situations. In my professional, well, not really professional, in my personal opinion. So, the situation where leasing can be a good idea is, as I said earlier, if you need to buy a car and you cannot qualify for a loan for the entire amount of the car, and you either need that car specifically, like that caliber of car, like there's a specific feature. Now safety features are pretty good, but that was a little bit more of a concern back in the day. Like new safety features comes out. Okay, I really want to get this for, for my kids, all that good stuff. So, or maybe you just can't find anything that is going to fit your needs at a lower price point, something like that. Obviously, that is going to depend on your credit, but that people can get into that situation. So in that case, if you lease the car first, because you're effectively financing less of the car, it can be easier to get approved for a better rate. Not interest, but just like finance charge rate, because when you lease, it goes through as a credit check, but you're financing a smaller amount of money. So it's easier to get approved. If you then turn that lease into a loan, as I said, based on those original terms, assuming you're in a state where you have the ability to go directly through the finance company and all of those numbers are already in the contract, that can be a good idea. There sometimes are other things you have to pay, like re-registration fees and things like that, titling, but that can be a good workaround. So that is one situation where a lease can be a good idea. The other situation where a lease can be a good idea is if you are in a situation where you are going to be somewhere relatively temporarily and don't want to worry about selling a car at the end. So for example, kid or 18-year-old or whatever is going to college across the country, needs a car. For one reason or another, it's not practical to drive a car across the country or whatever. And because they're going to be there on their own, maybe logistically, they don't want to worry about having to sell the car at the end or get it back at the end, what have you. Leasing the car near the school or whatever, knowing they're going to come back across the country once they're done with college, can be, it will probably cost more, but what you're paying for is the convenience of being able to turn the car in at the end of the term, not have to deal with selling it, not having to go over those contract numbers. You still have to deal with the turn-in process, but logistically speaking, it's usually easier than having to sell a car, in most cases. So that can be a good idea. I've also seen a lot of foreign nationals, so international students or people that are here temporarily for one reason or another from another country, and because they do not have a long or sometimes any U.S. credit history or credit score, sometimes kind of like if someone had a lower credit score, they cannot qualify for a loan. Some of those people do intend to buy the car eventually. Some people do not. So they might get a couple leases back to back because that's their best option for the caliber of car they want. Like they don't want to get something really cheap. They do want something nice. They have the money to pay for it. They're willing to effectively pay that extra convenience fee because that is the best option for them. Now, in my experience, those are the limited situations where leasing a car is maybe not a good financial decision in all of those situations, but where the potential risks of leasing a car are outweighed by the benefits of leasing a car. So that is my whole thing on leasing a car. The other thing, at least with the company I work for, is that you could not lease used cars. You could only lease new cars. I heard that some leasing companies will do leases on used cars, so that at least negates some of the issues with it having crazy fast appreciation right at the beginning when it's a brand new car. It does not negate everything. Something else to think about. So yeah. Ackman said a couple of things in the comments. When purchasing a car, instead of leasing, not have to worry about going over any miles limit, etc. Exactly. And that's where you could theoretically still sell the car in the middle of your term if you have not paid off your whole loan. And because the miles on the car don't impact how much you owe on the loan, it often ends up working out in your favor to have bought the car. As I said, it's not always possible. Yes, in some situations, in a lot of situations, sending money to get a cheap used car is often the better route to go, in my opinion. I also run a car, or I also drive a car that's over 20 years old. But, let's say it's some, family's rich, kid's spoiled, and is going across the country for college. Kid might not, parents might not want to have the kids buy or drive a used car or a junker. Maybe kid will put up a big fight or a stink if they do. In that case, hopefully parents have enough money to absorb it. But those are the cases that I have come up where leasing can be a good idea in some cases for the average person. As I mentioned earlier, where I worked also had a pretty good employee leasing program. There were a couple of reasons for that. First off, the lease payments were calculated differently, which was more favorable to employees that were leasing. As I said, secondly, because the company had like a group insurance rate. I forget what it was. I think we counted as like, I shouldn't say we because I never leased it, but it counted as like a company-owned car and you just drive it sort of deal. So it wasn't addition. It was a group plan, I think. So the insurance was in there, and it was effectively discounted because it was a group plan. And then if you had not the best driving history, then if insurance is, if you're the kind of person, not the kind of person, if you would have to pay more for insurance in general, then being on this group plan could mean that, while insurance was still factored into your lease payment, because your specific driving history was not factored in, you would be paying significantly less, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The other reason why that particular employee leasing plan could be a good idea in many cases, if you were going to get a new car or lease a car anyway, is that they offered shorter terms. Typically, lease terms for leased cars, at least that I saw, I think 3.5, occasionally 4 years were the most common. I don't think I ever saw, did I ever see a 3-year or 4-year? I think I mostly saw 3 and 3.5 years. It could vary a little bit. But as I said, employee leases were calculated a little bit differently. Instead of looking at how much the car was going to be worth at the end of the lease term, it was done as a percentage of the original purchase price of the car. They also only made basically the leftover cars that were having a hard time selling at dealerships available to the employees. So we did get the leftovers. I say we as if I had one of these cars. But all of these factors in it meant that if you were going to be leasing or making car payments anyway, going through the employee leasing program could be a good plan. Whereas generally, if you do not have access to an employee leasing plan, leasing is rarely a good idea. So that is my whole thing on leases. I will also say this is not about leases specifically, but I just thought of this. Ackman, you mentioned a little while ago that with a new car, you do get your new car warranty. I will mention that when you buy a used car, if you go through the dealership for the car, so like let's say Toyota, if you buy a used Toyota at a Toyota dealership, a lot of times you can get it as a certified used car. They might have different names, but oftentimes it's something to the effect of certified used car. And those usually have their own used car warranty because it's been through the process. They have made any fixes they need. Everything's manufacturer parts. That's the other thing. When you're turning in a lease at the end, at any point in the car or in the lease, if you were in an accident and then your insurance paid for repairs, but the repair shop used non-manufacturer parts, if that's caught during the inspection, you could be charged to switch that out to a manufacturer part. So that is another thing that can get you in trouble for leases. There are also other issues. Basically, dealerships are not to be trusted. Car dealerships, used or new car dealerships, do not trust them. Usually I say there are two things I learned from working in auto finance if I had to boil it down. One, the dealership can promise you the moon, but if the dealership does not have the right to sell you the moon and the moon is not in the contract, then they don't have to deliver it. AKA, make sure you get everything in writing. And even if you do, if they don't have the legal ability to sell it to you, they don't always have to follow through. Or sometimes they just can't. And then even if there are reparations later, you still have to deal with the headache. Second thing I learned, never co-sign for anything you are not prepared to pay for in full. Yep. Because at least at the place I worked, the co-signer had the same financial responsibility as the primary person. The way we said is a distinction without a difference. Essentially, there was the first person and there was a second person. First person's name appeared first, equal responsibility, equally reported to credit if payments were late, equally responsible for payments. I even had a woman call in. Her daughter was living in New York and she had co-signed for her daughter in New York. This was not a car horror story, but what had happened is this situation made it impossible for her to buy her leased car and convert it into a loan because she couldn't qualify. So her daughter moved to New York. She co-signed on the apartment for her daughter in New York. Her daughter made all her payments. Her daughter's roommate did not. Since daughter, roommate, and daughter's mother were all on that lease, again, apartment lease, but lease, those late payments got reported to everybody's credit. Credit reporting is also quite nasty because it is legally regulated. And while everyone technically has to follow the same rules, different companies sometimes interpret those rules differently. The company I worked for was a little bit more of a letter of the law sort of company, and honestly, that's probably how it was intended to be followed. But some companies, technically, they don't let things slide. So basically, okay. Your credit report, at least in the United States, because I can't speak to any other country, your credit report in the United States is supposed to be an accurate reflection of your payment history and of the payments you've made in the past. So basically, it's supposed to report accurately. It's supposed to talk about what your history is, not where you are now, what your history. Well, I think where you are now has some impact, but for the most part, when you're talking about late payments, we're talking about history. What we were told to tell customers is that we have to report fairly and accurately to everybody, which means if an account went over 30 days past due, over 60 days past due, over 90 days past due, we had to report that to credit. In very limited situations, we could remove it. And it was basically the situations where the customer had signed away their right to the car and the dealer messed up. Typically, that was a situation where customer signs all the paperwork to sell a car to the dealership, sometimes it was at the end of the lease, sometimes it was a loan, but they're selling the car to the dealership so the dealership can sell it as a used car. And as part of that process, we talked about earlier how the dealership will get the payoff and then they'll send the check to the financing company. Sometimes that check doesn't get there for various reasons. Either it was never cut or it was lost in the mail or yada, yada, yada. So if the customer has paperwork stating that they signed it, selling it to the dealership and the dealership didn't send the payoff in, at that point it's considered not the customer's fault. And so we basically would need to have a paper trail. And we would have to have a copy of that to be able to say, well, this was not a fair report because the customer sold the car. and it was the dealership that dropped the ball. Another situation that came up every so often is that if a customer made a payment either over the phone with the checking account and routing number, usually it was over the phone with the checking account and routing number, or on the website, and they got a number wrong, then the payment wouldn't go through. And if the customer wasn't following up on it, they might not realize that their payment didn't go through. Account goes over 30 days past due. So if they can prove on the day that they made that payment, which we have a record of with the bank account information they used, if they can show, okay, look, this is my accurate information, and on this day, had you sent the request over to the, or had you had the correct information to send the request over to the bank, I would have had enough money to fulfill it, then that could sometimes be removed. Occasionally, we could also, like other bank errors, we could sometimes get letters from the bank effectively admitting fault. Basically, you'll see that like it's very limited and you have to have a paper trail. But for instance, what I was not able to get removed is woman couldn't make payments because her ex was 6 months behind on child support and she relied on that child support to make her car payments. Well, she's still responsible for her car payments. Her ex is, I mean, even if her ex was a co-signer, she would still be responsible. But her ex, you know, where she gets the money, like she said she had the income, that doesn't count. So credit reporting is another one of those, and that one, like, that always tore at my heart when I had to tell people that I could not remove over 30 marks from their credit, especially when it was having a big impact on them, because it was not one of the limited situations that I could do anything about. But I have to say, at least I understood it from a logical point of view. So there's that. Now, so that's how they handled it. Where some of the vagueness, I guess, comes in with how different companies handle it. Obviously, every company is going to have a slightly different policy. But there is this thing that if you would like to have an over 30 mark investigated and or removed, you can send a letter to the company that reported it to credit. And that company has, again, all this is in the US, that company has 30 days to respond to it, either saying, we're removing it, or no, this is valid. If the company does not respond in 30 days, it comes off the credit, like they have to remove it because they did not prove that it was valid in the correct period of time. So for instance, you'll see some companies that will like help get your, like make your credit better. Basically what they're doing is they're sending a bunch of letters to these companies that have reported over 30 marks to your credits, basically waiting for that company to not respond within 30 days. And once they don't respond within 30 days, then it has to be removed. So there's that. And so we did have a lot of people that are like, well, you know, this other place removed it. I was like, you know, for the same reason. I was like, well, I can't speak to them. All I can say is this, or, oh, I'll just go work with this company. It's like, well, I mean, you're welcome to pay them to help them restore your credit score. But just so you know, this is our policy. And we take great care to respond to everything within 30 days. Now, they said, like my supervisor said we responded to all the credit requests within 30 days. And I know that there was, like that was one of the things that like they would not let slip any additional time. Like some things it's like, oh, we're understaffed, we can't do that. I know that they were pretty strict on that. I don't know if they actually always met the 30 days. I wasn't in that department and they didn't tell me. Well, they said that they did, but you know, sometimes you either don't get full information or they lie. So I will, that is that. Okay. My throat is dry, even with all of the bubble tea I've been drinking. I still have a lot left, actually. Bubble tea is probably not great as far as quenching thirst and lubricating my throat, which sounds weird to say that way. But that's okay. It's yummy. And it has caffeine, which usually helps. Hopefully it won't keep me up all night. But now that I've been talking about auto finance for probably like, I don't know, at least a half an hour, maybe an hour. Unless anybody else has anything to say, either about auto finance, since that's what I was talking about, or planners, since that's what this channel is typically about, post it in the comments. I'll give you a minute or two. Ackman saying, I never looked at used cars, but rather get a new car that has not as many miles on it. But rather get a new car has not as many miles on it, use on it. Next time I buy a car, I mean, you're welcome to your opinion. Next time I buy a car, I'm going to try to get a used car that's only 1 to 2 years old and does not have a lot of miles on it. So in a lot of ways, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I might not have the new car warranty, but I'm still taking advantage of the car being fairly new. You know, when I say used car, obviously a car that's 1 year old that's used is referred to a used car as is a car that's 15 years old. And there is a very different, getting a 1 year old used car versus getting a 15-year-old used car has very different connotations, repercussions, I mean, and a lot of different things. Especially if you get a very new used car, a lot of times they're still under the original manufacturer's warranty. And so either they don't need the certified pre-owned warranty or they get both. I don't know how that works specifically. But that is, you want dinner? Opie wants dinner. Opie probably still has food in her bowl. So I'm not, like, as soon as I get off, don't get me wrong. As soon as I get off, I'll feed her. But I'm not all that sympathetic. Okay, am I not? I'm not rushed is what I'm trying to say. All right, I'm throwing her a spring. It's a green one. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Yeah, I'm gonna go for like a 1 to 2 year used car. It used to be a good idea to go through rental companies to get used cars. I've heard it's not necessarily as good of a deal now, but the car that I actually bought from my parents, that they gave me the discount for Christmas a while back. Actually, so I used the car for a little while I was in college because my dad was looking to get a new car anyway. So instead of selling that car and getting a new one, well, he got a new used car, but he wanted to get a bigger car is what it was. So instead of selling that and getting a bigger car, they got the bigger car and let me use that car in college. And then after I graduated college, they gave me the discount to buy it and actually put everything in my name. So not only did they give me part of a car for Christmas, but it was quite anticlimactic because it was a car I was already driving and now I had to pay my own insurance because I wasn't on their insurance anymore. Boom. Ackman saying, with my current mileage, oh, chat just moved, sorry. Got my hybrid with better mileage than the old non-hybrid one. That, yes, new cars typically have better mileage, as do smaller cars, I guess. My car, being 20 years old, has definitely seen better days in the mileage department. I will tell you that. But, as I said, it's still going strong, and it would be nice to have some of the newer safety features and a backup camera. I think you legally have to have a backup camera in new cars now. I could be wrong, but I heard that somewhere. But yeah, that would be nice to have. It would be nice to have like a nicer car, but I don't need it. And so that's where I'm like, okay, is it worth several $1,000s now for something I don't need? That's just going to start depreciating. But yeah, I will try to get a hybrid. I think I mentioned that earlier. I don't want electric because I don't feel like the infrastructure is quite in place. If you're going outside of like a city, you're doing a road trip. Not that I do a lot of road trips, but it limits you, I think. So I think hybrid's a good choice for me next time I get a car, which hopefully won't be for a while, knock on wood. Abigail's asking, when is the next Erin Condren sale? I don't think I have any information on that. I don't think I have any information, period. Even if I did, there's nothing I could say about it. Since you're asking, let me look and pull up, not on screen share, the last affiliate newsletter that Erin Condren sent out so that I can see if they have any. I probably won't be able to say anything, but usually I can say like, this is coming up. that makes sense. I can't always say like this new collection's coming up. In fact, I don't usually, but sometimes I can say like a sale is coming up or something like that. It just kind of, it depends on what it is. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I think I mentioned earlier though that there's probably a good chance that we're going to get some sort of sale over 4th of July. And if I didn't, typically Erin Condren does sales for various holidays. And I believe, since they're a U.S. company, that's usually U.S. holidays. I believe 4th of July is the next one. I will also just remind you guys that if you've not made an Erin Condren purchase before, which is tracked by the email address you use for said purchase, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I do have a link down below that will give you $10 off your first purchase. If you have made a purchase before and got a life planner, you should have gotten a welcome packet, which will have a $20 off your first purchase. I believe there's also a link in the description box down below to sign up for Erin Condren texts, which I think gives you a 15% off coupon. I know the $10 off your first purchase will stack with other things. I don't know exactly how the other stuff stacks. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. So that would be my recommendation. Also, if you're not already signed up for Erin Condren emails, definitely do that. They might be offering the same 15% off for signing up for emails as they are for texts. I've seen it kind of on and off, so you can definitely check for that, but just log into your Erin Condren account if you already have one, and make sure you're signed up for emails. That way, when there is a sale next time, you will get an email and you'll be warned about it, or text if you're in the text. I will say, at least for the Life Planner launch, I tended to get the texts with the sneak peek information and link before I got the emails. Not that that typically would matter as much for sales, unless you're expecting whatever you want to get on sale to sell out, which is possible. Yeah. So Ackman, as far as the springs go, the springs from that package have been, they were thrown quite a while ago. I still need to go and like go under all the furniture and pick them up. Every few days I go and retrieve the springs I can find kind of out in the open on the floor. And then I have a little storage room, and a lot of times springs get put under the floor in the storage room. Occasionally in the bathroom as well, not as much, both with the kittens and just the locations of the bathroom versus where I throw the springs. Bathroom is right back there, and I usually end up throwing the springs further that way. I know you can't see it. Actually, I intentionally framed the camera so you couldn't see it. Usually my kitchen is very messy. It's not currently, but like for once. But usually it's quite messy, and I specifically frame everything. I think I've talked about this. I very strategically like framed everything so that you cannot see the like ginormous mess that is my living room. Now you've seen it, but that's okay. So yes, the springs are continuing to be loved. Some of them are probably stuck under furniture. The spring I just threw, it was relatively unbeat up, so it's probably from that package, but I cannot be sure. Oh, good point, Ackman. There's going to be a back-to-school sale probably sometime in July. I don't know if that sale has specifically been announced, but it's one of those things that's, if it hasn't been announced, we can probably guess it will be. There's also probably going to be a Labor Day sale. That's in September, but, you know. Yep. Camry Hybrid's the same size as the regular Camry, just with the hybrid added. Nice, yes. If they are magnetic, put a magnet on a string to pick them up. I think you mean a spring. I mean, not only do I have bad spelling, but I make a lot of typos, so I'm not trying to do a thing. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just saying, like, I'm assuming. But unfortunately, they are not magnetic. They are plastic. So that would be so cool if that worked, though. Maybe I could put, I was going to say maybe I could put magnets in them, but it's probably a bad idea. It was announced, I have the flyer right here, so let me see. So the flyer does have a 15% off coupon if you physically have the flyer. The back to school collection is coming in July. I don't know if it specifically says there's going to be a sale at that time though. But yes, the back to school collection is theoretically coming in July. The funny thing is that they say, oh, the backpack's coming in August. The backpack's already been released. Not sure what's up with that. I'm actually very excited for another thing arriving in August, which is the new laptop stand. Mostly because I desperately need a laptop stand, and one, Erin Condren's is like a pink blush color, which is pretty, but also just from like a very selfish point of view, if I manage to get chosen to get it for PR, I don't have to pay for it with my own money. But I will be getting a stand for my laptop at some point, likely the Erin Condren one. I was going to say if it doesn't end up being significantly more expensive than others, but they have the price. It's $26. I don't know how that compares, but, you know, is what it is. So, yes. I think that is everything that I necessarily want to talk about. I am thinking about... Ooh, okay, sorry, interrupting myself. The ability to personalize the overpriced backpack is coming out in July. The last time we talked at the EC rep. Good to know. I mentioned earlier that I did apply to be part of the back to school collaboration, which in theory means they'd be sending me at least a couple of those things for review. If the backpack is one of them, it would be very exciting to review it and let you guys know if I think it is worth anything close to what they're selling it for. And that would also explain the price discrepancy. I'm too lazy to go check, but it was listed on the website for a little less than it was on the card, and the personalization bit would explain it. So thank you. You always have great information, Ackman. Thank you. Very, very awesome there. So, hello, 𝗚𝗲𝘁. Not only do I have to feed my cats, but I have to go hang out with the kitties, or the kittens, the kitties, all the kitties. Now that they're over at my mom's, it's like not very far. I have to go over 3 times a day to feed them. I always try to give them extra food, but the last couple times I've eaten it all, so the whole extra thing hasn't really worked. But because they're not in my own bathroom anymore, and I have to go over, I have to make intentional, I need to make sure I intentionally spend time with them every day, whereas previously, when they were in my bathroom, typically what I do is when I go in and use the bathroom, unless I was in a hurry, I just spend an extra 5 or 10 minutes with them multiple times a day. That adds up to, like, you know, I don't know how much time. I never did the math. But, you know, they get playtime with me throughout the day. Now that they don't get that little bits of playtime throughout the day, I have to actually schedule in time to go hang out with them. But I have to say it's nice to have my bathroom back and not have to worry about kittens getting in my pants while I'm peeing or jumping on my legs while I'm peeing. So they're, you know, pros and cons, but they're cute, so they got away with it. Ackman, you're saying you can picture the backpack not being on the site for purchase in a year or so. True, but that's kind of what I thought about the planner totes, and they're still around. So who knows? Who knows? Oh, so what I was going to say before I saw your message and I got distracted was that one of the things that's been bouncing around in my head that who knows if I'm ever going to have time for is I've been thinking about essentially clipping part of my streams and re-uploading it, like the part that actually, like the content part. So, for example, today when I was looking at what you can buy for Erin Condren or from Erin Condren on Amazon versus the Erin Condren site, I would essentially just take that part. I might edit it down, I might not, but upload it separately. I was thinking that might be kind of nice for people who are watching the replay and don't necessarily want to wait through the whole stream. I know I had a 15 or so minute ramble at the beginning of the stream. So that's another thing. I'm you know, kicking around in my brain. Again, who knows if I'm ever going to do that, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that if you ever see an uploaded video that has a similar title or a similar, like, you know, like very similar subject to something I just streamed, and you're like, what the hell is the difference? That's probably the difference, because I actually decided to try it. So we'll see if I decide to do that. The totes are around, but hardly any strap choices now compared to before. Very true. Very, very true. I still wish they would put a zipper in the top of the totes. That would be the one thing that would make them significantly more functional for me. So yeah. Ooh, the tote is your main carry-on when you fly. You need to get another one. Nice. The most I used my tote, well, I used it for a purse for a little while, both the big size and the small size, both of which I was sent for PR, as well as the many straps I have. I would not have this collection of straps that I have had I not been sent them for PR, being perfectly honest. They're good straps, don't get me wrong. I'm just not a, like, switch out my straps all the time kind of gal. Just not my personality. So I don't really need a million of them. But I used it a lot when I was in New York for the summer back in 2019. And especially there where I was walking everywhere and I did have to be cognizant of pickpockets, not having a zipper on it was really annoying because I constantly had to be guarding my bag. Not that I wouldn't if I had a zipper, but it just makes it a little bit harder. Got to be a little bit more skilled if there's a zipper. Crossbody totes are great for carrying stuff to and from work. I will say that. Mostly what my Erin Condren bags get used for these days is carrying orders to the post office. When I'm going with just a few orders, I can stick them in my purse because I do have a fairly big purse, but if I have more orders, depending on how many I have, I'll either grab the big normal size one or the mini one, just depending on how much space I need to bring orders to the post office. But literally, I mean, let's be perfectly honest, I'm walking from my apartment to my car and my post office has a drive-through with mailboxes. So it's literally from my apartment to my car that I'm carrying it. I love the wide straps too. They do stay on my shoulder. So the purse, not the purse that I use doesn't have it. I have another tote bag, which actually was my purse for a while. I tend to like bigger purses, but I used to like big purses, like tote bag size purses. I don't carry tote bag size purses anymore. But I have a purse that is like one of those tote bag size purses, will fit my 15-inch laptop, a little bit bigger than the Erin Condren crossbody bags, that the strap on it broke. And I actually put one of the Erin Condren straps on it, the one that's maroon and pink, which I love. I love maroon. And the style maybe doesn't match quite as much as I would have liked. I honestly don't really care because the colors match close enough, it looks intentional. And oh man, when I have like a laptop and a tablet and like a whole bunch of other stuff in my bag and that bag is heavy, having that wide strap is so nice. It doesn't dig into my shoulder, it feels sturdy. Love it. Love it. So even at some point, if I do decide to get rid of my totes, I will probably keep at least 1 to 2 of the straps around just to have as extra straps, because a lot of straps on different bags do tend to, have the little clips and are effectively replaceable, even though we don't treat them as replaceable. And having those to use when I need a strap for something, either because the strap broke or because it's heavy and I want a stronger strap or a wider strap, so nice. So yeah, I will say, while I think personally I would like the crossbody bag to be a little bigger so it could accommodate my 15-inch laptop, and I would like the top of it, like it already has zipper pouches on the sides, I'd like the main pouch to be zippered as well. If they made those 2 changes, I'd love it. It's still good for what it is, it's just not what I need. But the straps, beautiful, love them. Might never use them, but did purchase a crossbody bag and tote when they were on sale. Yeah, I don't know. toot my own horn here. When the crossbody bags first came out, there were 3 PR copies that got sent out, and I got one of them. I was very proud of myself because I've never really been a huge YouTuber. So I was just like, oh, I made it! I got it! Only 3 people got them, and I got one. They didn't send out the leather, or at least to me, they did not send a leather one out as PR. They sent a light gray one, which I will say, had I been choosing, would not have been my color of choice, but it is a beautiful color. So I tend to like darker bags just so they don't show dirt as much. That, again, personal preference, the gray still is beautiful. And then for the smaller one, they sent me a black one, which again, love. The new Weekender bag only carries a 13-inch laptop. I know a lot of people use 13-inch laptops. They're just, the screen is so small, and even as somebody who uses 3 screens, I had to send this laptop into the shop back in December to get fixed. I think I've told that story. Let me know if you guys ever want me to tell it again. But I had essentially a replacement laptop for 2 weeks so that I could still work. Because when you own your own business at home and a lot of it's done on your computer, you send your computer into the shop and you're screwed. So luckily most of my files are kept on, or most of my work files are kept on an external drive, so it wasn't a big deal in that aspect apart from installing everything. But the only one available for me to get during that time was a 13-inch. And it wasn't so bad for web stuff and what most people use it for, but the program that I use for stickers, it has like a little sidebar on it where you do a lot of the control, and specifically the controls for cutting. That would take up so much of the screen, and even the little menus on the side would take up so much of the screen on the 13-inch. It bugged me so much, even with my 3-screen setup. And that was me going from 2 big screens to 2 big screens and a 13-inch. That's kind of how I accidentally ended up with 3 screens. Well, I won't tell the whole story, but this part of the story is essentially 15-inch MacBook Pro from 2016, screen died. So I'd already had a 2nd screen, got a 3rd screen, so I still had 2 screens. Screen died on my MacBook, but everything else still worked, so I effectively used it as a tower. And then, I don't know, 5-6 months later, I got Mac to fix it for free. So that's why it went into the shop, but I still needed a computer. And that's how I accidentally ended up with 3 screens. Call you a nerd, you have a 15.6-inch Dell. I used to have a Dell before I got my Mac. So until late 2016 when I got my Mac, I always used Windows machines. And I have no problems with Windows machines. And in fact, part of me kind of wants a Windows machine, and at some point I might actually get an external drive and dual boot my Mac so that I also have Windows for gaming purposes. Because unfortunately, like, no manufacturers make, like, there are a lot of games on Mac, but it's not like, you know, you can't play Elden Ring on Mac. You can't play Genshin Impact on Mac. Very frustrating. And the gaming console I have is a Switch, which also doesn't get a lot of stuff. So I don't have another option. But I could spend $100, get an external drive, and dual boot it to Windows. Now, why don't I just dual boot the actual computer? At some point, I might partition it and do it. Technically, I'm already dual booted because I have 2 different versions of Mac on it. But I only have a 500GB hard drive. I'm probably doing okay currently for space, because I have everything on an external drive, but I have had major space issues in the past. Oh, I have 250 gigabytes free. That's actually better than I thought. But, I mean, with a lot of those big games that take up a lot of space, so even if I allocated like 100 or 200 gig, it would probably be used up quite quickly for gaming purposes. So yeah, eventually I'll probably do that dual boot thing and on the external drive and effectively just have a Windows machine. At this point in time though, because, well, it might not be an issue anymore, but last time I checked, which was about a year or 2 ago, the sticker software that I use, Silhouette Studio, was not stable on PC. They had a version for PC, but it crashed a lot. So until I can get confirmation that that works smoothly on PC and does not crash anymore, I will be sticking with Mac purely for that reason. But apart, like, I like, obviously, that particular software runs well on Mac. I also have an iPhone, and Macs have iMessage built in. That is not a make or break feature for me. That's more of an icing on the cake quality of life feature. But yeah, other than that, I'm used to Mac right now, but I don't have a strong preference between Mac and Windows, apart from what one machine can do that the other can't. Or one version of the machine. Is that? I don't know. Ackman, to go off topic like we do here. Basically, that's what I should rename the channel. 𝗬𝗏 goes off topic. 𝗬𝗏 pretends to talk about planners and then goes off topic. Maybe I should do like once a month where it's intentionally an off-topic stream. And like, or monthly off-topic. Not that we don't always go off-topic, but in this planner, or in this stream, planners are banned. No planners, because this is an off-topic stream. Anyway, I like to lower prices and easier to upgrade compared to Apple computers, laptops that are not able to do anything. Yes, I do agree with that. So, yes. However, I will say, when I've gotten PCs in the past, granted I have spent less on PCs than I did on this particular Mac, usually it did what I wanted well for about 2 or 3 years and needed to be replaced after 4 at the latest. Last time I went 5, that last year was painful. This is from late 2016, so let's just call it 2017. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Is that how I'm doing it? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, so I'm 5 years into this computer. Is it top of the line still? No. But it's still workable for video editing. And that's kind of the bar is for me, because that is one of the most processor intensive things that you can do on a computer. I don't do a ton of video editing now, but I can kind of, last time I did video editing, I could tell how the rest of my computer was running. So like when things were laggy today, like because I know kind of how my computer runs, I knew it wasn't my computer, I knew it was the internet. Maybe it's because I'm streaming and then I was also going to things. I don't know, sometimes it runs fine. Anyway, I will say, had I gotten a PC, maybe had I spent more money on my previous PCs, they would have lasted this long, but I kind of doubt it. What I will also say is that when something goes wrong on a Mac, if you're not in the manufacturer warranty, it is significantly more expensive to fix. But Mac's policy when they fix it is effectively, even if you didn't come for this, we'll fix everything. Sometimes you have to pay for it, sometimes you don't. So, for instance, when I got my screen fixed and I managed to get it fixed by Apple, we had to do so much finagling since this machine technically wasn't part of a like replacement policy, but the same part in the same model year, 13-inch version was. So this, I have a MacBook Pro 15-inch, late 2016. The late 2016 13-inch, which uses the same part, was part of a replacement plan, where they would fix it for free. So took a lot of finagling, had to get my dad involved. We talked to, I think, 5 managers over the phone and like 2 in the store. It was a whole thing. But like there was one ribbon cable that was causing the issues with the screen. Everything else was fine. When I got the paperwork back, they effectively gave me all new innards in my computer. So I effectively got, and like it was still the specs I had, but it was all new. Had I sent it in, they would have charged me $700 for it. Or I should say, had they made me pay, they would have charged me $700 for it, which I was not willing to pay. But since I managed to get it under that program, I was able to get it free. And there was another repair that was done that, again, did not necessitate the replacement of everything. That one I think I did have to pay for a few years ago, but they replaced like everything in the computer. So I will say that repairs are more expensive, but they do replace everything, even if that's not what's actually at fault. But it is nice with a PC, even with a laptop. You can, open it up and, do some basic stuff. Things aren't soldered in typically. So there are really pros and cons to everything. Yes, I agree that it's funny that Apple keeps saying they're better than Windows machines. And they make it available to install Windows on them. What really pisses me off about Apple, unfortunately, maybe not fortunately, however you want to say it, I really don't like that Apple does not make parts and specs and whatnot widely available to a lot of people who are trying to fix Mac computers. I definitely think right to repair, which basically means once you buy a product, you can have anyone you want repair it, is something that needs to be fully passed and move forward. And manufacturers at least need to support professionals who are doing this. Like, I understand if they maybe don't want to make, it would be nice if the average consumer could buy replacement parts. I get it. Repair shops should be able to buy them. Right now what they're doing is they're buying Macs where like one thing is broken, and they're essentially harvesting the parts that are still working, and that's what they're using for repairs a lot of the time. So, and this is an issue with MacBooks, with iPhones, all sorts of things. But it's not only Mac. And so while I'm kind of annoyed at Mac for this, I can't get too mad at them. There are a lot of computer manufacturers. I want to say, I don't know. I want to say Dell. I could be wrong, but there are a lot of things. It's not just Apple. Apple's just one of the big ones that is not making this stuff available. Again, PCs are a little different because no matter who the manufacturer is, there's some stuff that you can always do. Sometimes you can get parts from a different company that are compatible, even if you can't get that particular company's parts. My Apple is becoming what they claimed Microsoft to be doing. They kept claiming that Microsoft had a monopoly and should be investigated. Yeah, I agree with you. I forget why I got a Mac computer, except that I was sick of my PC and I wanted to try Mac and a new one came out. And then I found out that the software was more stable on Mac. And at this point, the computer still works and is still usable, so that's why I'm with it. I got an iPhone for audiobooks. I know things keep coming back to audiobooks for me. But essentially, when it comes down to it, I do not like the way Android handles audiobooks. I do use Audible sometimes, occasionally. I don't have a current subscription to Audible, but I have some books from when I did. I do use an app called Scribd, which I believe is available on Android, but I also use the native Apple Books app. And there are some features that might now be on Android, but were not in the past. Granted, it's been about 10 years, probably a little bit less, 8 years, something like that, since I've had an Android. But at least then, it did not have those features. And in fact, at that time when I had that Android, because I really did not like the way that worked, I actually carried around my Android smartphone, which I still have, because there's actually an app on it that I use as an alarm clock, because I do not like the way iPhones handle non-native alarm clock apps. It's another thing. But I had an iPod. It was an old one. It was like maybe a 3rd gen iPod or something. Like, I still have it floating around somewhere. 3rd gen, 4th gen, I forget. I don't think it was it's an iPod Touch, I should say. iPod Touch. It was not the first iPod Touch, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was like the second one. Something like that. I got it in like 2008 or 2009. Doesn't matter when I got it. But anyway, whenever I went anywhere, I brought my phone and my iPod Touch. everywhere because I did not like the way Android handled audiobooks. So when my Android phone got slow enough that I needed a new phone, I decided that even though it was going to cost me a little bit more money, because my iPod also needed to be replaced, it was cheaper to get an iPhone than to replace both an Android with the subsidy that I could get from my carrier, which they don't do anymore, and an iPod. That makes sense. And it is really nice having everything in one package. I don't have to worry about it. It's just, I have my music, I have my audiobooks, I have my pictures. I don't think my iPod had a camera back then, or maybe it did and I just didn't use it. But yeah, just, I mean, this is before everybody had smartphones. Like they were coming out, but this is before like you assumed people had a smartphone unless they told you otherwise. So since then, I've just, you know, I like having everything in one package. I am in the Apple ecosystem now, so unless I have a good reason to switch out with one device, like if I find a good reason to go to Android or whatever, I won't not go there or go to Windows as my primary machine. I will not make that switch just because I'm in the Apple ecosystem. But all other things equal, it's kind of nice to have everything interconnected, if that makes sense. So I will say, while Mac does say like, oh, our products just work, no, I don't agree with that. But yes, the features of the iPhone sounds like pretty much well, back then, this is like right when the first iPhone came out, like we're like, oh, what's an iPhone? Oh, it's like an iPod Touch with a phone in it. So this is maybe 3 or 4 years after the iPhone, well, maybe more, I don't know. But that's like I got my iPod Touch a couple years before the iPhone came out, and I was using it for a while. And that thing at that point, I mean, it was slow, it was outdated. I still have it lying around somewhere, and occasionally, if for some reason I don't have access to my phone, like before they became water resistant, at one point I dropped it in water and I had to put my phone in rice for 2 days, so I dug out my old iPod Touch so I could listen to audiobooks in the meantime. I didn't mind so much not having a phone, I just didn't like not having my audiobooks. But when I did get an Android as my first smartphone, I just didn't like the way it handled audiobooks as much as the way my iPod handled audiobooks. And I tried, I just didn't like it. So I kept using my iPod. And then when it came time to get a new phone, as I said, I got an iPhone. And now that I have an iPhone, I probably could do trade-ins and whatnot with an Android as well. But usually when I do get a new phone, I've always gotten a good deal on it. So like I've either traded it in, or I've gotten a good deal through my carrier where I get like bill credits or other things like that. So even though iPhones are more expensive, I at least do try to get stuff. And I will say, I had one iPhone, I think it was my iPhone like 7S, that there were some issues that happened that basically made it so that I could not use headphones, like wired headphones. I had to use Bluetooth headphones, could not talk on the phone without Bluetooth headphones. It had to be Bluetooth. I couldn't talk on the phone with a speaker. So just Bluetooth. And so finally, you know, I brought it to be looked at, and they're like, yeah, we can't do anything, but it was not broken in such a way that they would not give me trade-in credit for. So I did think that was kind of cool that I got the same amount of trade-in credit that I would have gotten had it not been broken. So right now I'm keeping an eye on my carrier's website. I'm with T-Mobile for anybody who's curious. Last year, my mom and my sister got a deal where they effectively each got an iPhone 12, I think, for free. So it was a limit too, so I couldn't get in on it. I have not been checking lately, but at this point in time, I have a 10R, so I'm not one of the people that gets a new phone every year. I wish, but I can't afford it. And right now, honestly, would it be nice to have a better camera? Yes. But apart from really the thing that bothers me about having an old phone the most is that I want more storage space. And I think I probably could have gotten more storage space when I got it, but I think I mentioned that earlier, just, running out of storage space. And my phone constantly like deletes the data from the apps and I have to like reinstall it and stuff like that. And I just suck at getting rid of apps that I don't use very often. I'm like, no, I might need that. So I don't want to get rid of it. So I keep my apps around, and but it's not bad enough that I can't deal with it. It's not an urgent thing. It's more of a, ooh, it'd be nice to have a new phone, but not a, I need a new phone right now sort of thing. Ooh, you have a Samsung Note 8, had more memory and a bigger screen size than iPhone had for years and years. Yeah, iPhone was definitely behind things. I kind of like my current screen size. If I had the option to get a bigger screen, I'd probably go for it, but I'd be happy with my current screen size. I'm not sure if you can see, but my screen protector is cracked. Ooh, hello camera, hello ring light. Yeah, it's not showing up very well, but there's cracks in my screen protector and stuff like that. So I just show that to you to be like, yeah, like I have it and stuff like that. But I do try to protect it so it lasts as long as possible. I do try to be frugal. When it comes to things like computers and phones, I've finally come to the decision that the way that works best for me is to try to get something that is maybe not top of the line, but on the top end of the line for what's available at the time. That way it lasts as long as possible before it has to be replaced. And then for a phone, I also have decided it's worth spending a good amount of money on a nice protective case and then also getting a screen protector, because I know that I drop my phone quite a bit, and that is essentially my insurance policy. So that's what I do. Yes, I very much definitely need to clean my screen, but it's mostly fingerprints. So, and the cracks. Can you see that? There's like air bubbles over here. Ooh, there you can kind of see it from the cracks. I have another screen protector. It just, honestly, when it's on, the cracks don't bother me enough to actually have done anything about it. It's more of a lazy thing than anything. At some point, I'd love to get a screen protector that also blocks a little bit of blue light. But whenever I try to research it, it's very hard to find accurate information as to which ones are worth it and which ones actually work. And I don't want to, one, waste my money on something like that doesn't work, and two, think it blocks blue light when it actually doesn't. So for the time being, I'm sticking with my plain glass screen protectors. I think I still have one left. So at some point soon, I will switch it out. I just realized I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, which is most definitely a record for me. I want to ask you, if you are here watching, whether you're here live or you happen to be watching the replay. Well, if you're watching the replay, I'm incredibly impressed you made it this far. If you're here live, thank you as well, but you didn't necessarily have to be here the whole time. So I'm thankful, but I'm not quite as impressed as if you watched like 4 hours of replay. But if you're here live specifically, please give this a thumbs up. Also, if you're watching the replay, please give me a thumbs up. I appreciate it. It helps out so much. It lets me know, it lets YouTube know that you love hanging out here. And that is amazing. And it also, I have to say, likes Give Me the Warm Fuzzies. So not only does YouTube like it, and I like it because YouTube likes it, but it gives me the warm fuzzies. Yay, I love the warm fuzzies. I do have to go though, because as I mentioned earlier, the kittens are over at my mom's house, not my parents' house, my mom's house, and I have not really hung out with them today. I've just been over for a couple of minutes, twice actually, to feed them. They have not really had playtime with me yet. So it's almost 8 p.m., 55 minutes after. I'm not going to wait until 8, but I am going to go. We've had a huge long stream, 4 hours. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Managed to make it through without just like getting sensory overwhelm, which a lot of times starts happening around that like 1.5 to 2 hour mark. So I'm just like really proud of myself. No idea if I'll always do 4-hour streams, but yay, this one was fun. So yeah, thank you again for being here. I appreciate all of you, whether you're here live or you are watching the replay. And I will be streaming next on Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific. Saturdays are a lot more casual. We'll probably be making stickers again. Or maybe I'll be doing something else. I don't know. Maybe I'll be like, I don't want to work and we're just going to hang out. But yeah, come join on Saturday. Ackman, yeah, we talked planners for only an hour, the 4-hour stream. That's okay. We still had fun. There's a lot of stuff that I have to talk about that's not planner related. This channel just happens to be primarily planner related. So, you know, we do the planner stuff first, and then I have an excuse to talk about everything else. Yay! So yeah, I am going to go. Again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all so much. I hope to see you on Saturday. I'm also streaming Mondays and Thursdays at 4 p.m. Pacific. So please join me there. And I hope to see you next time. Bye.